running the 400-meter hurdles. Of course, he did not run on this track, as I'm reminded, because, of course, when Edwin Moses was in college, there was not a track. But this track is named after him, so we'll have the 400-meter hurdles. And at some point, we'll have Edwin Moses. We'll have an opportunity to speak with him. Don't know if it'll be during that 400-meter hurdles, but how appropriate, how fun would that be? Following that, you'll have the sprint medleys in the 100, 200, and the 400, and that will be for collegiate, high school, and middle school. So that'll be fun and entertaining. Then we'll have the 400, 4x100 relay finals in the collegiate, high school, and middle school, followed by the 4x800 relay in collegiate, high school, and middle school. Then we'll have the 1,500 and 1,600 meter finals in collegiate, high school, and middle school. Then we'll have the 100 meter finals in the collegiate, high school, and middle school divisions. After the 100s, we'll set up the hurdles and run the 110 and 100 meter hurdles in the collegiate and high school division. Then we'll run another relay, the 4x200 meters, collegiate, high school, and middle school. Then we'll go to a distance run of the 5,000 meters, collegiate field, and we'll cap off the running events with the 4x400 meters in the collegiate, high school, and middle school. We're looking forward to a great day here at Morehouse College. And my name is Brian Fulford, and I'm sure to be joined by Mike Shepard at some point today, as well as a host of other special guests throughout the day. Make sure you stay tuned in with us throughout the course of the day. Fuel your game day with Zaxby's. From saucy wings and tenders to that golden Texas toast, Zaxby's brings the flavor you crave all day, every day. Zaxby's indescribably good. We want to thank the Zaxby's location just north of campus at 946 MLK Junior Drive for providing meals to the meat staff today. Make sure to stop by after the meet or in your local areas and pick up some wings or a salad. Georgia Access hopes you're having a great and healthy day. Don't delay. Head to www.georgiaaccess.gov to explore health insurance plans made just for you and your family. Georgia Access gets you covered. You're watching the 2026 Morehouse Relays on the SIAC network. Sit back, enjoy the coverage, and we'll tune back in with you later in the morning.
Access is the marketplace for Georgians to be able to purchase health insurance coverage and dental coverage.
It's important for new and existing enrollees to go in and provide up-to-date information to avoid unnecessary coverage delays.
We're committed to keeping you informed about all the federal changes that impact your eligibility and enrollment. Take advantage of this incredible program. Visit our website at georgiaaccess.gov to select the best plan for your needs.
From the basement of Springfield Baptist Church, former slaves rose from the ashes of slavery to become preachers and teachers, the leaders of the black community. Welcome. 150 years after its founding, Morehouse College is here. Welcome.
So the whole argument Tim had with her was just now become more and more imbalanced. Tim was arguing with her saying that he should be able to leave 30 minutes early if he ain't taking a rest. So the They got the meat on the 18th. No, the one in Tuskegee, he just lost. But most of these kids' seasons are going to be over after
At Zaxby's, you can lemon pepper any way you want. Get lemon pepper wings, lemon pepper sandwiches, or lemon pepper fingers. Now that's lemon pepper perfection. Zaxby's Lemon Pepper Dry Rub. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
East Point, Georgia is ready as the World's Games arrives in Atlanta. Nations, fans, and cultures will gather here to celebrate competition on the global stage. Less than 5 minutes from the Atlanta International Airport, East Point offers convenient hotels, vibrant restaurants, and easy access to the action. It's a city built to host, with the space, energy, and hospitality to welcome the world. When the games begin, make your stay part of the experience. East Point, where the world competes.
Georgia Access is the marketplace for Georgians to be able to purchase health insurance coverage and dental coverage designed for Georgians by Georgians. Visit our website at georgiaaccess.gov to select the best plan for you.
HBCUs have historically served as the engines of social and economic mobility for black students, producing 80% of the nation's black judges, 70% of black doctors, half of the country's black lawyers and teachers, and 40% of black engineers. And at Morehouse College, we have cornered the market in producing black male excellence. In fact, Morehouse educates more black men who go on to earn doctorates than any other institution. Remember to visit www.morehouse.edu to make your contribution. Your gift, no matter the size, will help to ensure that Morehouse College has necessary resources for student scholarships, campus operations and improvements, academic programs, athletics, and emergencies. Give today to help Morehouse College continue to be a leader and influencer in higher education. Welcome back. Today we are at the 2026 Morehouse Relays. You're watching it right here live at BT Harvey Stadium at Edwin Moses track. The events are already underway. Field events underway already here. Plenty of time for you to get down. Right here on the screen, if you look to the upper left corner there, you'll see the collegiate shot put event going on. Down in the upper right-hand corner, we have the long jump with the men's and long jump in pit 1, the women's long jump in pit 2. And then at the bottom left, you'll see that we have our discus throw, collegiate discus throw taking place as well. So field events already underway. 10 a.m., that's the magic time right there. 10 a.m. is when we'll roll out the red carpet for the running events, starting with the 10,000 meter finals and rolling from there. A lot of exciting track action taking place here today. Is going to be foot to ground and arms pumping. Weather a little bit chilly here in Atlanta right now. That's going to be good for the runners. Not uncomfortable heat. Great time to get out here and show your fastness. A good wind going as well here at BT Harvey Stadium. So we're looking forward to an exciting day, and we thank you for joining us. We got college, open, and high school runners all in the building today, and it is going to be an SIAC event like none other. And we're glad that you're locked in, listening in, and watching in with us here. We'll be back with you. The action is live, so stay locked right here. You got time to get your breakfast ready before 10 a.m. and the first gun sounds to start the sprints. I'm Mike Shepard. I'll be right back with you in a few minutes.
Attention, please. This is the last and final call, first, second, and third call for the 10,000 men and women. Please check in the tent in the north end zone. The north end zone is located opposite of the hill. Once again, this is your first, second, and third call for the collegiate men's and women's 10,000 meter run. Please check in the north end zone, the end zone opposite of the hill. Thank you.
From the basement of Springfield Baptist Church, former slaves rose from the ashes of slavery to become preachers and teachers, the leaders of the black community. Welcome. 150 years after its founding, Morehouse College is here. Welcome.
At Zaxby's, you can lemon pepper any way you want. Get lemon pepper wings, lemon pepper sandwiches, or lemon pepper fingers. Now that's lemon pepper perfection. Zaxby's Lemon Pepper Dry Rub. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
In communities where leaders are forged and legacies are born, the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference proudly celebrates the accomplishments of current and former students. From the playing field to the boardroom, they are the next generation of entrepreneurs, doctors, and executives.
Leaders rise here. Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
East Point, Georgia is ready. As the world's games arrives in Atlanta, nations, fans, and cultures will gather here to celebrate competition on the global stage. Less than 5 minutes from the Atlanta International Airport, East Point offers convenient hotels, vibrant restaurants, and easy access to the action. It's a city built to host, with the space, energy, and hospitality to welcome the world. When the games begin, make your stay part of the experience. East Point, where the world competes.
Georgia Access is the marketplace for Georgians to be able to purchase health insurance coverage and dental coverage designed for Georgians by Georgians. Visit our website at georgiaaccess.gov to select the best plan for you.
Good morning and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Morehouse Relays right here on the SIC Network and simulcast on the Black College Sports Network YouTube page. Brian Fulford, Mike Shepard here, and it's time for the first running event of the day, which we'll be showing to you shortly. It's going to be the 10,000 meter men and women's. They're going to be running combined on the track at the same time. And Shep, as we kind of go through and look at these listing, I see about 6 men and 3 women, or corrections. That's my best guess right now from what I see out there.
I think that's a pretty good guess. That's accurate and fair.
Yeah. And so we're starting on time, and we'll see if we can try to figure out who we have out on the course right now for you on day number 3 here.
10,000 meters. How many times around is that?
Ooh, you're going to make me. No, I'm not even going to try. So the men, I'm not even going to guess. Not even going to guess. From try to make heads and tails of who we have out running here. As we'll eventually see, we'll show you those runners here shortly.
24 laps to go here.
Is it 24 laps?
To go.
Oh, so it's a 25-lap race.
That's right.
All right. Well, some of the participants on the men's side.
Attention, everybody.
Victor Cabay of Morehouse is a freshman who enters with a seed time of 34 minutes, 33.66
Handicap
seconds.
platforms are reserved for disabled people.
Kelvin Kiprop of Lane College is a sophomore who enters with a time of 34 minutes, 50 seconds, .82. Deshaun Singletary of Albany State is a senior who enters the race with a seed time of 35 minutes, 1.3 seconds. And Jonah Barnhart of Blue Mountain, a sophomore who enters with a time of 36 minutes, 45.09 seconds. There's a couple other men on the track. We'll try to tell you who they are as we move through the race. Now the women's 10,000 meters. Joy Jep Corer of Lane College enters with a time of 42 minutes, 40.09 seconds. And again, we'll try to share with you as best as we can gather the information who the participants are.
Right. Lane has 4 track young ladies listed for this 10,000 meter. Faith Thompson at Albany State and Caden Wilson at Blue Mountain, the other 2 runners. So we'll try and figure out of those that are listed who's who in the fray. You know, you read through those times pretty good. These young people very impressive with those 33s, 34s. What that says to me is that things are going to get real interesting this morning around 10:36, 10:37. It's 10:04 right now, so a lot of running left to do for this race that just started. And, man, the pace by the crew that's leading out in front, that's a pretty good pace. Quite impressive.
Well, we saw yesterday Victor Cabay of Morehouse in the 3,000-meter steeplechase.
Yes, that was quite the long race as well, and this one is double, almost triple the amount of laps than that one. No, definitely triple. And then some. Triple and some change. Perfect weather for track today, huh, Brian?
It is. It's a bit on the cool but sunny and bright side. The wind, it's perfect hoodie and short weather day.
The hoodie short weather combination, spoken like a true Central Floridian.
Exactly. It's cool enough where I can wear shorts, but I can also, wear the hoodie and be comfortable and not be sweaty.
It's like being a human mullet. Business in the front, party in the back, baby. Let's go.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yes, exactly. Funny, interesting still to see some folk with, folk with blankets.
Yes.
People with skull caps on, shiesties, what as the young folks like to call them.
Yes, very good. Very good.
I remember. I'm
yes.
a quick learner.
That's what they call it.
And we've got a host of athletes warming up on the infield. Again, well, what we can do, Shep, is since they are doing the field events right now, maybe we can go through and tell you folks who are watching who our competitors are in the shot put, long jump, and the discus throw.
That's right. Those events got underway about an hour and 7 minutes ago, right at 9 a.m. They began those field events. And, man, I tell you, there was some excitement coming from the field events yesterday, all through yesterday. A lot of, especially from that hammer throw and discus throw area, where the crowd seemed to be really, really pumped up and getting behind all of the competitors last night. Really brought a lot of life and sound to the stadium, a lot of that sound to the stadium last night because of that energy back there.
Well, quite a few athletes gathered at the discus, the shot put throw, which you can see in the upper left quad box. Three flights of athletes, and for the lineup consists of Zachary Jones of Virginia Union. He is a senior, comes in with the #1 ranking based on his pre-meet scores with a 16.93 meters. Followed by Nathaniel Williams, a sophomore from Shorter. DeQuan Boone, a senior from Virginia Union. Solomon Hall, a junior from Fort Valley State. Eusebio Hernandez, a junior from Talladega. Danrick Robinson, a junior from Talladega. Malik Williams, a senior from Lane College. Michael Trimble, a junior from Albany State. Jordan Turner, a junior from Morehouse. Cameron Claiborne, a sophomore from Morehouse. Jalen Haynes, a junior from Talladega. And Joshua Pearson, a junior from Fort Valley State. That is flight 1 of the men's shot put. Flight 2 consists of Evan Guyton, a junior from Savannah State. Chavez Williams, a freshman from South Carolina State. Jamari Craig, a freshman from Albany State. Xavier Smith Robinson, a junior from Clayton State. Jalen Franklin, a senior from South Carolina State. Adrian Evans, a junior from Morehouse. Jaden Hall, a sophomore from Morehouse. Tyler Nanambri, a senior from Albany State. Jeremiah Gordon, a freshman from Lane. Kenton George, a sophomore from South Carolina State. Jerome Malone, a freshman from Fisk. And John Paisley, a sophomore from Morehouse. That was flight 2 in the men's shot put. And flight 3 consists of Alexander Hicks, a freshman from Morehouse, Israel Fain, a senior from Tennessee State, L.J. Ramirez, a sophomore from Roxbury Community College, Avery Moran, a freshman from Clayton State, Jordan Ford, a sophomore from Lane, Prince Knoll, a senior from Lemoyne-Owen, Javion Scott, a freshman from Lemoyne-Owen, Sam White, a senior from Tennessee State, Quentin Graham, a freshman from Lane, Elijah Ashley, a freshman from Roxbury Community College, Tyler Farley, a junior, unattached, Christian Odoms, also unattached athlete, and Timothy Butler, sophomore from Virginia Union. That is our participants. Some quick math here, some 37 athletes entered for the men's shot put. Not sure we have all 37 over there, but each young man will toss 3 times.
I'll tell you what, that's a long list, but man, just to see the interest in today's track and field game, in the field events, to hear that many competitors, to see how the crowds amass up by the shot put area on the top of the hill. Man, it's just a wonderful thing, and you're getting a glance into it right there in your upper left-hand corner of your feed. As you've seen that we've added the feed for the 10,000 meter as the runners make their way around the track, approaching 3/4 of the way here.
And we can tell you who the competitors are that are on the track for the men. As we have Jonah Barnhart we get a little fluctuation here. Let me just try to read the names because we're looking at the live stats. So as people move through, Victor Cabay of Morehouse is out on the track running the 3,000 meters, along with Brian Kimay, an unattached athlete, Lauren Trawick, also of Morehouse, John Thomas Draper of Blue Mountain, Deshaun Singletary of Albany State, and Jonah Barnhart of Albany State. And right now, with 16 laps left, Brian Kamel is in the lead. Victor Cabay following behind him, just about 0.2 of a second off his pace. Those two are in the lead right now. I'm sorry.
Great job by our race trackers to really get keep an up-to-date and accurate account of what's going on here. As you see, 16 laps to go on the line marker. But the interesting thing about that is that there have been some runners that have been lapped, and some runners have been passed up, and and then they have the women on the track as well. So to keep an accurate account of where everybody is really just an upstanding job. And last night the wind got so bad they lost their tent down there, and so now they've made adjustments on everything.
Tent hasn't come back.
The tent is not back, and thank God for small blessings with this cool weather, because it could be the opposite right now and be touching 81 degrees already here early with the sun beating down.
Yes, indeed. I don't have the listing of the women's competitors just yet, so we'll wait again before we share the information on their mid-race reports. Additionally, the women's shot put did not see any entrance in the women's shot put. Correction. Women's shot put is here. Okay, it wasn't there a second ago when I was searching my menu. So the women's shot put, they are throwing right now, I'm told. So we have 3 flights here of athletes, a total of 31 entrants Not sure that we have 31 out there, but that's the number of entrants we have. Let's go through the list, and we'll begin with the top-seeded pre-meet ranked thrower. That's Layla Henderson, a freshman from Winston-Salem State, who threw, coming into the meet, a 14.15 meters. Followed up in flight number 1 by Kaylee Holloway, a freshman from Albany State. Ayanna Pugh, a senior from Tennessee State. Yamilet Cruz, a freshman from Virginia Union. Carolyn McRee, a sophomore from Tennessee State. Kaylee Thomas, a freshman from Winston-Salem State. Khalees Burrell, a freshman from South Carolina State. Courtney Searles, a freshman from Virginia Union. Jacqueline Bounds, a senior from Fisk. Jada Pringle, a freshman from Virginia Union. And Jasmine Terry, a freshman from Winston-Salem State. That is the 11 athletes entered in Flight 1 of the women's shot put. Flight 2 consists of Megan Wallace, a senior from Winston-Salem State. Jamie Redmond, a junior from Clark Atlanta. Danielle Wilson, a senior from Tuskegee. Sierra Crusoe, a junior from Lemoyne-Owen. Jada Joshua, a senior from Lemoyne-Owen. Matilia Harper, a senior from Tuskegee. Brooklyn Lacey, a sophomore from Clark Atlanta. Sateria Cantrell, a sophomore from Albany State. Sydney Ellison Muse, a sophomore from Clark Atlanta. Jacqueline Johnson, a freshman from Clayton State. And Jakaya Lewis, a junior from Lane. That rounds out the 11 athletes in flight number 2 of the women's shot put. Flight 3 consists of Kanaya Weaver, a junior from Lane. Haley Jackson Morgan, a sophomore from Clayton State. Jackie Beltran, a senior from Lemoyne-Owen. Tiara Cook, a sophomore from Lane. Dejanay Hanna, a junior from Clark Atlanta. Samora Prince, a freshman from Fisk. Taylor Clark, a sophomore from Savannah State. Janelle Jackson, a freshman from Clark Atlanta. And Sky Zwerner, a freshman from Albany State, rounding out the 9 athletes in flight number 3. And that's your women's shot puts.
Good luck for it. Good luck to all those young ladies.
Jonah Barnhart, Brian Kimay, and Victor Cabay are your 3 leading runners right now in the men's 10,000 meters. All of them are on the same pace, about 2 laps ahead of the other 3 runners. So we'll point them out to you as they are coming down the stretch here. And you'll see them coming into your view on the bottom right in a second.
Man, just incredible endurance.
And coming up here right now on the track are the 3 lead runners there. Barnhart, Kamei, and Kabe. The 3 runners there who have 11 laps remaining. Coming up after the 10,000 meter run, we'll have the 400 meter hurdle final. And that is in the collegiate and club and open division. Of course, as I was telling folks earlier, Shep, that is the event that two-time Olympian Edwin Moses was most famous and known for running. And obviously, when he was here at Morehouse, there was no track, as you heard yesterday. If you caught any of our conversation with Ivan Guillory, who's the president of the Morehouse Track Alumni Association.
You're very, very good time discussion with Brother Guillory there, and a lot of insight. Man, just picking the brains of former athletes from the late 80s, early 90s, and their collegiate experiences is always just such an informative type of thing, because everybody crossed paths with so many people. But to play under the canopy and run track under the canopy of, Edwin Moses' greatness here at Morehouse, the tradition, that is something that's nearly unparalleled in HBCU sports and athletics. A wonderful thing. It'd be like playing tailback for Jackson State, after the era and legacy of Walter Payton, and his impact on football. Just a wonderful thing. Or something you can relate to, playing linebacker for FAMU after Earl Holmes, crushed the early 90s.
Okay. Shout out to FAMU legend, the Hitman.
The Hitman, Earl Holmes, Tallahassee's own.
Yes, indeed. Just taking a glance here at the competitors in the men's long jump. 4 flights, consisting of 11 athletes in each flight. That's who's entered. Over on the women's side, in the women's long jump, there are 3 flights in the women's long jump, with 11 runners in each flight, so 33 total athletes jumping. And if you look in the top right, you'll see the long jump pit. To the left, pit 1, that's the men, and in pit 2 to the right is the women. Also, the discus is happening down in the bottom left. The discus throw is happening. And in the men's discus throw, we've got 3 flights of 35 athletes in total. Over on the women's side, we also have 3 flights on the women's side with 32 athletes in total. So those finals will be going on here throughout the morning.
As a reminder,
Pole vault will be starting, or is happening right now if they're not doing warm-ups. Pole vault is happening as well.
Are allowed to have handheld electronic devices.
So we'll continue to show information here on what you're watching. And as we get a little bit closer towards the conclusion of the men's 10,000-meter run, as there are about 7 laps left, we'll come back and talk to you with the final 3 laps. You're watching the 2026 Morehouse Relays live on the SIAC network and simulcast on the Black College Sports Network.
On in the infield, please remove it and put it into your tent area.
Three.
We're in the final lap of the 10,000 meter, and Victor Cabay of Morehouse is starting to pull away. He's in the final 200 meters. He's pulling away from Jonah Barnhart. You'll see him coming up on the screen here in the bottom right corner in just a moment, and Victor Cabay is bringing it home. He's in the final 100 meters. The separation is significant. On that final lap is when he started separating, and you'll see him right now. And boom, there he is, Victor Cabay coming across.
He must have listened to the song this morning, Strong Finish, because that boy turned it on in those last 200 meters, and what a race for Cabay.
unofficially 3.9. If I'm looking at the meters, I called it right there, 32.39. He will finish in first. Jonah Barnhart of Blue Mountain will finish in second, 32 minutes, 44 seconds flat.
That was a great race for Barnhart as well. But, man, how about them burning up the track in that 10,000 meter? Couldn't have done it better myself.
And they will be about 3 laps ahead of their competitors. Well, we're going to have some special guests joining us in just a moment.
Getting everything prepared for you guys. Big announcements on the horizon here this morning.
And joining us right now is not only the director of track and field and cross country at Tennessee State University, but also, I hope I'm not underselling this, a multi-sport Olympic medalist from the 1984 Olympics, Coach Chandra Cheeseboro, Coach Cheese as she is known at TSU for over 30 years. She's been running the track and field program. Coach, thank you for joining us. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great this morning. A little cold, but I'm doing good.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So let's, how often let's go back to the Olympics in 1984. If we can go back there, you ran the. Now, if I'm short here, if I'm missing any accomplishments, please correct me. 4x100 gold medalist, 4x400 relay champion. Did I miss anything? What else did I miss? I feel like I missed something there, Coach.
The 400 meters silver medalist and
meters?
2 golds, both relays.
Okay. And was it solely the 84 Olympics? Was it, how many other Olympics did you?
So my first Olympics I attended in 1976 with the great Edwin Moses.
Okay.
I was 17, was the 6th fastest in the world at the age of 17 in 1976.
All right. And where did you run your high school track?
I am from Jacksonville, Duval.
Duval in the building. Duval in the building.
They've been doing that for 50 years, Coach. Have they been saying Duval for 50
years? Not for 50 years,
I was going to say,
no.
Because I'm a new Floridian. I moved down to Florida to go to college, but Duval, that's in my head for like the last 30.
Oh,
yeah. They planted it in me as a freshman in college too in Florida, definitely.
For sure.
What high school was that?
Jacksonville Reebok.
Oh, Reebok High School. Okay.
Yes. Y'all know about that.
Oh, I know about Reebok. My sophomore year roommate, shout out David Herron. He was a football player for UCF and Reebok graduate. So shout out Dave.
Oh, the Jacksonville family, they let us know there's only 2, and you get one wrong, you'll be on the short list with people. So we know, and we know Reebok is one of those.
You're not gonna say the other R word?
I'm not gonna. No.
I'll say it, Rains High School.
Rains, you can say
I'll give him a little shout out, Rains High School.
And then, Coach, you went on to Tennessee State University. Talk a little about the experience of going from Jacksonville to Tennessee State, and then your Olympic experience in '76.
So I really didn't get that many college track offers when I was coming out of high school in 1977, because I ran with Coach Temple track summer program in '75. And so everybody just assumed I was just going to go to Tennessee State and run track. I got more basketball offers than I was a basketball star too. Got to throw that back in there.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Okay.
But anyway, my experience was great at Tennessee State. Again, I went as a high schooler. I was 16 years old in '75. Went to the Pan American Games and won a gold medal. 2 golds. We won the 4x1, and then I won the Open 200. And then in '76, I made the '76 team and became an Olympian there. And then in 1977, I graduated and went to Tennessee State and had much success at Tennessee State as a high schooler and as a collegiate athlete. Yeah.
'76 Olympics. Without searching here, memory, Montreal, correct?
Correct.
So look at that.
Coach, look at you, just a wealth of information, a regular old encyclopedia.
Look, I grew up on Sports Illustrated. So, my father, that's what I read. I grew up reading Sports Illustrated. So, even though I wasn't, I wasn't born but 2 in '76. But anyway, I knew of it by the time we got to the '84 Olympics. I knew the back years, of course, missing 1980 and everything, and
yes.
That was unfortunate. We understand in the world what was going on then. That journey and missing the '80 Olympics and coming back in '84, what was that experience in that gap?
Well, for me, I was still in college, and so we did go to the trials, and we ran the Olympic trials, and from there, I continued to run black sprinter for Nike, Athletic West. Was a track club. I continued to train, and then '84. And I went out to California to race, ended up breaking the American record in the 400 meters, just kidding around. Broke the American record, and then that's how I kind of landed in the 400. Ran the 400 I still have the Olympic trial record for the 400. I know if Sidney McLaughlin run it in 28, it probably would be gone. But 42 years later, I still have it.
That's a good run.
Congratulations on that,
Thank
Coach.
you.
My question to you, Coach, is You've been around the game now for 50 years.
Yes.
What are some of the biggest changes that you can say from then to now that most inspire you about where track is headed?
Well, I can say the biggest change is it's a little lucrative. We were amateurs when we first got started, and now you see that the athletes are getting the bag. So that's a big change. Not all athletes, it's a top tier, and then they kind of drop off. So they are getting paid. For the most part, the different spikes and the different tracks, all of that, and that athletes do better. We still work on our student athletes, discipline, dedicated to the sport, not hit and miss. My big pet peeve, if you start something, finish something. We have a lot of student athletes. My thing, finish out that season and then don't return. But the most important thing is to start. If you start, finish it.
Do you think that it was a more competitive track environment during the era where you grew up, or now? Is it more competitive, more feverish?
I think it was more competitive because back then we would go outside and play. Our students not getting outside as much. They don't know how to be tough, through climbing the fence or getting in fights, running home when you don't win the fight. Little things like that makes a difference. You don't know how to jump rope, skip. Those are little things that in your youth, because you was outside. Your parents told you, go outside and don't come back until,
the street lights come
on, Neighborhood, we didn't stay under our parents and just games, and we didn't have that, but that has taken the place, the iPad, the iPhone, that has taken the place of kids going out, learning the basics of sports.
So now, transition that over to, as you speak about that, the director of track and cross country at Tennessee State, you go back to how kids were maybe in the 90s to now this new generation of kids, as you spoke about. What is the recruiting message, and how have you changed your pitch, or maybe how have you changed the way you communicate with student athletes over this time period as coach at Tennessee State?
Well, I tell parents, I'm going to push you. If I see something in you, I'm going to push you. And so with that, I'm going to continue to be me. I feel like when you have 40 kids, 40 can adapt to one, then one can adapt to 40. That's a lot of spirits that you got to take on.
That's right.
So I'm going to stand here in the middle. Now, either you're going to gravitate to me or you're going to pull back. And so that's my take on it. I'm not going to – I know that we have to change, and probably the basics don't change. And that's what I realized when I first got into track and field. I was trying to try all these new methods of doing this and that. And I just prayed, and I was like, God, how do I do this? He said, go back to the basics. And when I went back to the basics, that's when I started winning championships. 9-time OVC champion at Tennessee State. Haven't won lately, so I need to tell my student athletes, what have you done for me lately? I need a championship. That's what I need before I get up out of here. But for the most part, it's not a whole lot of changing because the basics don't change. Yeah.
Now, do you I know Tennessee State has a different look than a lot of the historically black colleges. It's really, really grown over the years, expanded out a lot of resources. Do the kids understand? Well, you looked at me crazy. A lot more resources than a lot. Then some. There you go. Do the kids understand the legacy of that Tennessee State program, and the type of impact that you guys had on it to build it up to where it is today?
Incoming freshmen for my program have to do a book report on a living tiger bell or flying tigers now that I have the men program. So I get everybody to do a 2-page book report. They have to call them and do an interview. They can't just look on the internet. They have to do a book report on what they're coming into, because it just didn't start with you. Wilma Rudolph, May Fags, Wyoming Matthias, all of these medalists that came and started track and field per se, along with Alice Coachman, but Tennessee State was the catalyst for track and field.
Right.
And so they have to know that. They have to do a book report on them.
Beautiful. I love that. Making them pick up a phone. And I'm the kids are like, what? I have to talk to somebody?
Right, yeah, not just texting them.
Can I text them, Coach? I was going to ask you about the name and Tiger Bells and how that came about, but I'm curious about the athletes that you have here. How many total athletes did you bring with you here to the Morehouse Relays?
We brought 39 athletes. On the women's side, we're kind of low on the women's side this year, but in a rebuilding season, recruiting really well, and just making it happen. On the men's side, we're doing really good. We're going to be okay on the men's side, but just short in numbers on the female side, and that won't last long.
How do you feel about that portal, the transfer portal? Talk to me about it, Coach.
I think the transfer portal has ruined the track and field, because a lot of kids get in the portal, but they don't come out the portal. You know, it's plenty in there, and the grass ain't always greener on the other side. And you think that you're going to a better situation. It's not. Yeah, you may land somewhere, but are you getting scholarship money? You know, they can give you equipment all day, but are you getting scholarship money? Are you, getting your way paid? There's a lot that go in, but don't come out. So I'm not too fond of the transfer portal, because we can say we're alums of Tennessee State or FAMU or wherever, but when you go from school to school and you done been to 4 schools, who are you committed to? Who are you alum to?
Yeah, where does your loyalty lie?
Exactly. You're just hopping from school to school, chasing whatever. And one thing I want to say, when I took the job 31 years ago, I prayed and asked God, don't allow me to chase the dollar. And so with that being said, God has taken care of me financially, and I've had opportunities to go other places, but he said, no, you're supposed to be here. So I'm here at Tennessee State.
Beautiful, beautiful. I know Tennessee State is happy to have you. Any other questions that you wanted to ask, Coach?
Well, that's the Ohio State Valley Conference?
It is, the Ohio State Valley Conference.
How does that conference, does that impact your recruiting, when you talk about the types of kids that we, go after when you speak about the HBCUs?
It does impact, because, like the PWIs that we compete against, they're getting both. Our kids and their kids, and we only get our kids for the most part.
Right.
And so, it's kind of uneven playing field. So we don't get, like when I come here, I'm competing against our kids.
Right.
And it's a good feeling to compete against your own.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So you guys miss having the cookout up there.
Yeah.
We missed the FAMU Tennessee State game here in
we
Atlanta.
We back this year.
Yeah.
Oh, not in Atlanta. We're going to FAMU.
Come on down.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'll be down there on the highest of 7 hills for that one as well.
I'm
okay.
I'm going to look for you, Coach.
Yes, I will be there.
All right.
Matter of fact, I was trying to get a cross-country meet so I can make it all like
You know
even.
what? I will reach out to Coach Garfield. I'll reach out to Coach G. I've got his phone number right here.
Please
I'm
tell
make
me.
sure to get your information, and I'm going to say, Coach G.
Tell him I need
talked
it.
to Coach Cheese, and she wants to come, want to do something across country.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, I will make sure to make that happen.
So this year, Tennessee State is playing Alabama A&M, FAMU, Jackson State.
Turn up.
We got that.
They're slowly trying to get back.
Yes,
we
yes.
understand what it's like.
We're excited about that.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
My sister's a graduate of Tennessee State, so I have a special place in my heart for TSU. My third favorite school. So, Coach, we appreciate your time. I know we've got the coming up here, the 400-meter hurdles coming up. I know, Coach, if you want to sit in with us here as we watch this, I'm going to look and see that we have anyone from Tennessee State in this.
Everybody, please be seated in the bleachers. Make sure.
So again, these are
not in the handicap area.
The finals. So these are all times.
If you're standing on the wall.
The top
just clear the track.
3 will make it to the podium. This is the men's 400 meter.
Already at day 3 here.
I see a Kylan Thorpe from Tennessee State there in lane 5, if I'm not mistaken, Coach.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Kylan.
Kylan is from Atlanta, the outskirts of Atlanta, Georgia. Second year doing the hurdles. Kylan is really a great athlete. Could be a really good multi-athlete, but you know how they want to hone in on one thing. But I put him in the 400-meter hurdles last year, and he took 4th in the conference. And so now we're trying to see if we can win it this year.
Go on, Coach. Go on, Coach. Tap into him, Coach. That's what we talk about. Tap into him.
Now, of course, this is the event that your Olympic teammate, Edwin Moses, made famous here for, obviously 122 consecutive wins. What are some of the strategies that you share with Kylan and your athletes who are running the 400 meters hurdles?
Trust the process. Don't stop listening to all the voices. Everybody want to be a shade tree coach. Everybody can come and tell you what you need to do on the day of race, but they're not there during the week. And that's, I gotta get that in his head.
Oh, okay. And the runners are off first in the first hurdle, and we are already into it. Right now out in lane 6. They seem to be catching the stagger. That's Alexander Holloman from South Carolina State pushing the difference there.
Come on, don't go back.
And you see Coach encouraging her player. Coach, do it. Don't be shy about it, Coach. We on there. You here. You the one that can. Yeah, you can.
Kylan has closed the gap. I think he's in first now, coming around into the last 100.
Kylan.
He is in first.
Count.
And we said it, that 4th lane and that 5th lane have proven to be those ones to be in.
Run through it.
Down the stretch. They come. Final 50 meters. One last hurdle for Kylan. Hit the.
Drop the leg.
Now it's just about finishing strong. And look at that. With Coach Cheese on the broadcast, Kylan Thorpe comes in first, the junior from Tennessee State, who's right out of the Atlanta area.
And I think he was just off his best time, his seeded time here, 53:32. I'm thinking he was right at about 53:49 that he came across.
No, I don't want to.
We can hear you on the broadcast.
We can hear you on the broadcast.
We can hear you out on
But if you want to pop that window open and yell down something, I'll tell you what, ain't neither one of us going to stop you. Because that's how we get down around here. We have a good time in this booth. And a great first heat right there. We all look forward to, Coach, the spring events. But we know that when you're trying to accumulate team points, these field events, they're very, very important. What type of focus have you guys put on building that field events team for your program?
So my program, like I said, we're in a transition year for the women. The men, we still doing pretty good on the men's side. Have a Coach David Rachel is from the Atlanta area. He graduated in, I don't know what school, Booker T. Washington.
Oh, right around the corner. Yeah, Booker T. Washington, right down the street from here.
Booker T. Washington, a great jump coach.
Okay.
He's been taking kids to the NCAA. So we've been doing really good in long triple and high jump. So,
okay, awesome.
Yeah, so we're going to be okay. It's still early, a couple of injuries, but we're going to be okay when it's time to punch the clock at OVC.
Coach, you were a sprinter. Did you ever get into that long jump?
I long jump in high school. I was I won the state in my senior year, the 1-2, the long jump, and we won the 4x1.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we won state back-to-back as my junior and senior year in high school.
Look, I'm getting text right now. My 8-year-old daughter is at her track meet right now, and they're watching us at their track meet over in South Paulton. She's set to run the 200, the 400, and the 800 today. Awesome. And she told me to just say, hey, shout me out. So I'm shouting out, hey, Parker, do your thing. You got a legend on the air with your dad here.
Let's go, Parker.
That's awesome. As we move into Brian Townsend is in lane 5 here in heat number 2, as well as Bobby Teixeira, a sophomore. So we got a pair of Tennessee State athletes here. We've heard Bobby earlier in another event, correct?
Someone just pulled up.
100 hurdles. But Townsend.
Townsend just
did
pulled up.
Something.
At first, I thought it was a false start. Didn't hear the second gun, but I saw him grabbing that back hamstring. Hope he's going to be okay as the guys come into the turn in the final 200 meters.
Might be let's see, Jamie Wright, Clayton State is in first as he's the first over the hurdle here as they come into the final 100 meters.
Now Morehouse applying a little pressure right here.
It is. That's Keontae Knight. Also joining him, Barrion Arthurs. It'll be Knight trying to push across the finish line first, and he will. Yep.
Close to a 50.
Keontae Knight of Morehouse, a freshman, will look to finish in first. Barrion Arthurs and Jamie and Wright will look to come in second and third for number 2.
Big shout out to our producer, director Roy Evans, with the play-by screen here. That beautiful shot that you guys are seeing right at the finish line. That slow-mo shot to let you know who comes across. Great job here and by the production staff to bring the end of these races to life with those snapshots capturing it. And that second heat, Coach, not moving as fast as that first heat. We saw a little lapse in the time there with that first place runner, and all these guys attempting to. Are we looking at? Are these finals?
Yes, these are the finals. So it'll be
the top 8.
The top times
yep.
are the times that will top 8 accumulate points. Of course,
right.
Top 3 looks like they'll be on the medal stand.
Yep. So a lot at stake here.
Yep. Coach, we appreciate your time. I know you want to get back down to the field with your athletes and continue to coaching. I want to give you the last word. Any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to promote about your program, how people can support the program? I'll give you the last word.
I just want to say thank you, first of all, for having me on your show. And Tennessee State, we're still here. We're recruiting in the Atlanta area. We would love to have your student athletes come to Tennessee State and be a Tiger Bear or a Flying Tiger. Again, not just for my program, but for all programs. Whatever you start, complete.
I love the messaging.
Love
Whatever
it.
you
Love
start,
it.
complete. Love the messaging. Thank you, Coach Cheese, for joining us. We're going to step away for just a moment, and you'll continue watching the 400-meter hurdles, the 2026 Morehouse Relays, right here from BT Harvey Stadium and Edwin Moses track. Back here at the 2026 Morehouse Relays, Brian Fulford, Mike Shepard here. You're watching and listening to our coverage on the SIC Network, simulcast on the Sports Network YouTube page. And we're coming up into our final heat in the men's 400 meters.
Heat 5 get live.
Heat number 5. And we had an athlete who was a little slow to get off. That actually was Bryce Sparks of Tennessee State, who needed a little extra assistance. Okay, in lane 1, we've got Rosarian Beans, who's unattached. Lane 3, Lamont Brinson of Tuskegee. Lane 4, Kayla Burns of Morehouse. Lane 5, Khalil Johnson of Morehouse. And in lane 6, Mohammed Ba of Albany State. 5 runners here in the 400 hurdles.
5th heat, 5 get live.
The time to get to the medal stand, you've got to be able to beat 55.3. In first place right now is Kylan Thorpe of Tennessee State, 54.06. You heard him. He was in heat 1 right here when Coach Cheese was with us, Coach Cheeseboro. And in order to get top 8, 57.03 is the line.
And coming into that first hurdle, moving fast. They know already coming into this that they're going to have to push the pace of this event. And right now, it looks like the Morehouse runner in lane 6. Lane 5, Khalil Johnson seems to be.
He and Mohammed Ba seem to be the first ones clearing their hurdles.
And Khalil pushing it now. It's a race. It's a race for him against the time now.
Yeah, Johnson in first, Ba in second. It's an SIAC matchup here. Morehouse versus Albany State. And
47
Johnson,
seconds on it now.
He's pulling away from it. He can find some speed here. He might find himself in the hunt here. Ooh, right at 55 seconds.
Trying to get that podium spot that secured for himself.
Yeah, he needed to get to the podium. He needed to beat his teammate, Keontae Knight's 55.3.
And that's going to be close.
It's going to be very close. This will be interesting to see.
But a great job cracking that top 8.
Oh, I think
getting
easily,
the points.
Easily he got some points for Morehouse today. All right, so that concludes the men. The women are coming up here shortly as we wait for the final numbers to come in. It looks like Kylan Thorpe of Tennessee State will take home first. Devontae Jackson of Clayton State will take second. Now we just need to see what ends up in third. The numbers are final. And we're just waiting here for the results.
Rolling right along as you see the women have already taken to the track here, getting set for the women's 400-meter hurdles. With this first heat in, you're going to see Jakaya McBurney from Tuskegee in lane 1. Michaela Toussaint, South Carolina State, checking in at lane 2. In lane 3, Ivory Smith of Clayton State. Lane 4, familiar name that we've heard all day yesterday during the sprints, Anjanae Latchinson. In lane 5, Layla Simpson. Lane 6 is Layla Simpson's from Winston-Salem State. Anjanae Latchinson from Tuskegee, sorry about that. And in lane 6, Kiana Mims, Winston-Salem State. Lane 7 is going to be Emiliana Simmons out of Winston-Salem State. And in lane 8, Maya Thompson from Albany State. So a full field here to start off this first heat in the women's 400-meter hurdles. Five heats for them as well.
And if we can go back for a second, I can tell you based on the results that you see on the screen or saw on the screen from Khalil Johnson, 55.01. That was good enough to move him into third place and he jumped ahead of his teammate Keontae Knight, 2 freshmen, by the way. So that will put Morehouse man on the stand. Kylan Thorpe will finish first. Devontae Jackson second. Khalil Johnson third. And then you'll have Keontae Knight in fourth. Barian Authors in fifth. Jamian Wright sixth. Alexander Holloman seventh. Sean Jarrett second in eighth. That's your top 8 finishers in the crowded men's 400-meter hurdles.
Great job. Great job. Excellent race run to set the whole tone by Kylan Thorpe. And he did it with his coach in the booth with us. And so what a way to impress.
Yes, indeed.
So getting everything set here with the hurdles. All around. We're waiting to see the starter take his position, but right now he's currently up. And he just received the all call over the PA.
All clear, ready to go. Well, looking at the seating, Shep, shouldn't be a surprise. Rajane Latchinson comes in as number 1 ranked in this event with a time of 59.99.
Well, we saw what she did in the 100-meter hurdles on yesterday, and I mean, she was smoking down the track for those hurdles. So, knows how to get the foot to the ground fast and get through. And there you see a question. And here are the men's 400-meter hurdles finals posted on your screen there. And you see Tennessee State's Thorpe takes first place overall. And the rest of the field behind them on that leaderboard. As we prepare for the start of the women's 400-meter hurdle.
Waiting for is Latchins.
Piece of paper on the track there in front of.
Hopefully that's not distracting.
They're off and running now. Off to a fast start is Latchinson. As they approach the first hurdle, she got to that first hurdle before the runner in 8.
You noticed
so
that
she
get over the hurdle.
Yes, she did. She made up that stagger really, really quick, running out of the center lane. We're watching, though, but a strong performance over in lane 7 as well, as that's
from Winston-Salem State.
Yeah, Emiliana Simmons in lane 7. That was giving it a little bit of pump, but now we're inside the final 200, and it's Latchinson out ahead of the group.
It's all her against the time there. Latchinson first over the hurdles.
Remember, it's the top 8 scorers that score points. Top 3 scorers make the podium in this final 400-meter final. Way out ahead right now, the young lady from Tuskegee showing you what she has in these hurdles.
Time of about 103 unofficially.
Just like that. Heat 1 is in the books.
Latchinson finishes with a time of 102.95. Layla Simpson of Winston-Salem State finishes in second, 106.36. And I lost it.
It's repopulating before our eyes. I just saw that as well. We thank our home audience for bearing with us here with the latency in the updates on these trackers. But there you see a 102.95 for Latchinson.
Sometimes I don't know which one to go to, and I'm in it, I'm watching it, and then all of a sudden it clicks away, it disappears. I'm like, okay, where did it go? But there you go.
That's right. It's like we're on dial-up sometimes around here, but it's broadband. It is broadband. No planes flying overhead yet today as we move into the second heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles finals. And in this one, we have 4 runners that'll be competing in heat 2. In lane 3 is Genesis Washington. Lane 4, that's Kiera Smalls. Lane 5 is Asia Nettles. And I believe that's lane 7 is Kiera Bundridge out of South Carolina State. As right now, they're all looking to beat the time set.
Smalls is the first one over the hurdles here, so I would presume her be in the lead. And actually, very close is Bundridge.
Well, we're looking
South
now.
Carolina State.
Looking inside the final 200 meters here. And appearing to be out ahead in lane 7 is Kiera Bundridge. But we're going to see when they come out the curve how this evens out. And right there nipping at her heels in lane 4 is Kiera Smalls. So it's a Kiera versus Kiera battle as Smalls takes a little bit of an advantage now and starts to stretch that lead out. But look at the on-surgers coming here in lane 5. And right now lane 2, lane 3, and lane 5. And it's a sprint to the finish. It's Genesis Washington and Nettles down to the line there.
Wow, that was an interesting race from the standpoint of an athlete having the lead and then sort of losing the lead coming across the hurdles. And then the second stage of that was the race, the foot race, lane 5.
And Nettles
Tuskegee
with the foot race. You're absolutely right. Each one of the last 3 groups of hurdles after coming out of that last curve,
different story,
took somebody out. It was the narrative changed after each hurdle. And man, what an exciting finish right there. And Nettles coming in, just beating her by a hair, 107.86. And that entire heat way off pace from the first heat as Latchison set a great time with the 102.
4 seconds faster than anybody else
right.
in her heat.
And
so
still
else is racing for second.
And still Maya Thompson Simpson and Ivory Smith's 106 besting each of the competitors in that second heat. So Asia Nettles, Genesis Washington, although they had a tremendous finish and a great battle with each other, and that was just an awesome heat with the lead changing, none of those times able to crack anybody into the top 3. As we get ready for the third heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles. And this one's going to have, let's see.
Looks like every lane except
for
lane
3.
Yep.
So Michael Michelle Williams from South Carolina State in lane 1. Mariah Young in lane 2 out of Clark, Atlanta. Kiami Zimmerman in lane 4 out of Clark, Atlanta, with Quinn Hudson from Tennessee State in lane 5. Pearl Onwunbiko from Tennessee State in lane 6, Zariah Yancey in lane 7, and Asia Keys from Clark, Atlanta, her teammate, in lane 8. And we are underway here, and they're moving here. It looks like lane 7 hit that first hurdle before anyone else. Up lane 6, moving right now with Pearl Onwunbiko.
Lady Bells.
And the Lady Bells right now getting a little bit of that coach in the booth magic going for their program. As Pearl Onwunbiko
unofficially in first.
But now a little insurgence from the inside in lane 3. That looks like
4. That might be Zimmerman in 4.
Yeah, that's right, because there was no one in lane 3. So Kiana Zimmerman in 4. And now watch lane 1 as Michelle Michael Williams begins to make a little ground.
Hudson in lane 5. Let's
approaching the last hurdle. Now it's going to be a race to the finish. Let's see what's going on.
Lane 1 sprinting hard. Can she catch her? She can't.
She won't be able to catch her.
Sophomore from Clark, Atlanta.
Kiami Zimmerman.
Michael Michelle Williams of South Carolina State, true freshman.
Well, what we've seen there, Brian, is that first heat really pushed a fast time. And, you know, those finishing times will tell you that.
Outstanding athlete there in that first heat. And
right.
So, if, you know.
You're running to compete to beat her with the fast time that she's running, so it's going to push her time forward.
Yeah, she's on another level. I mean, that's why she's an all-SIC performer. Yeah.
And 109.77, the best time in that heat out of Zimmerman, which is, again, not going to be enough to crack that top three. We'll let the statistician jump into it and see if that cracks her into that top 8 to earn some team points. But as of right now, you know, the time to beat, to get into podium position, just with that third time to get into podium position is going to be 106.52 is the time to beat to earn a spot. Right now, Latchison, Simpson, and Thompson, Maya Thompson of Albany State, Layla Simpson of Winston-Salem State, and of course Anjanae Latchison of Tuskegee holding those 1 through 3 spots.
This is Heat 4, right?
Heat 4.
Lane 2, 4, 7, and 8.
Lane 2 is going to be Nia Singleton out of South Carolina. Whoop, nope. They are setting our
4, and we're in 4. That's a Camille Tinsley of Savannah State.
In lane 2?
Yes.
Okay, Camille Tinsley. And running on that outside lane. There are 8 girls listed here, but no.
Lane, what I say 2, 4. Lane 4 is Malikia Abney of Clark Atlanta. Then 7 is Asia Swilly of Clayton State. And in lane 8 is Janisa Cawthon of Winston-Salem State. She is in first with a huge lead in lane 8.
A huge lead right now, and she is looking. I'm looking at the clock. It doesn't look like. Let's see where she is.
Good strides, too.
Let's see if she can push to get to that 102, 103 to beat that 106.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
104.
104. It looks like that race run by Janisa Cawthon is going to get her a little bit of a podium position.
Yeah, that'll push her to second place. Easily push her to second place.
And that's what you call taking advantage of the moment right there, running your race. As you saw her separate from the remainder of her heat, the rest of her heat, separated from them before she even got to the final 200 meters of the race. It was already her race to be won, but it was just her against the time at that point. As Cawthon puts up a 104.08, and that's going to be good enough to bring her into second place.
I think that is the largest margin we've seen between first and second place in any of the heats so far.
It definitely is, with a 9-second differential here, and 2 runners here in this fifth heat.
Lane 3 and 5. Kiera Pitt of Albany State and Mia Lindsay of Tuskegee, pair of freshmen. It's Pitt who's first over the first hurdle.
Now, I'm not sure if that's Savannah. That doesn't look like they're orange.
No. Kiera Pitt of Albany State, Mia Lindsay of Tuskegee.
Okay, Tuskegee.
Yeah. Yep, this is a SIC matchup. Albany State versus Tuskegee.
And both young ladies now in the final 200 meters, coming around, just 4 sets of hurdles remaining.
I'm realizing it's hard to analyze who's in the lead a little bit.
It is until you start seeing them jump, because the hurdles are at the same distance. So once you see them jump that hurdle, then you know who goes over first and who doesn't.
This is Mia Lindsay.
And Mia Lindsay racing for a podium spot. 106 is her time to beat here. And she might get it. 104 will be the second place time. She's coming in 104, 105, and she's going to put herself on the podium. And that's how you run a race.
105. She's going to put herself on the podium. And I think Kiera Pitt might be a little bit injured, but she's getting some nice applause from a lot of the athletes on the infield for pushing through. Yeah, even in the crowd, they're recognizing that she's struggling, but hey, like Coach Cheese said, finishing, that's what's important, and she'll get some assistance here from some competitors and other teammates here from her Albany State family.
Well, let's shine a spotlight right there on the race run by Mia Lindsay. That's how you run 400-meter hurdles in the 5th race to make the podium.
Yeah.
Masterclass. I love it.
All right, so let's see what we have in terms of the
overall is up. It's Latchison, Cawthorn, and Lindsay.
Okay, let me see. I didn't see it. I missed it. I was looking elsewhere.
Take us back. We're at 17, and then those are the.
Coming up next, the men's sprint medley relay, which is a 100, 200. Excuse me, a 100, a 100, a 200, and 400. And there's your top 3: Latchinson, Cawthon, and Lindsay. There's your top 3.
Congratulations to those ladies. They'll be headed atop the podium.
Now, this is one of the medley relays, Shep, where we will start with the collegiate athletes, then we'll move to high school teams, and then we'll move to middle school teams. Wow.
Right, and it's a well, are they doing it, or are they about to do some high school hurdles? It looks like they're about to jump to some high school. Oh nope, they're removing the hurdles from the track. Okay. All right. So as they get the track prepared, getting the hurdles removed from the track so we can get set up for this next event, the Sprint Medley Relays, we are going to take a break really quick, pause for the calls, pay a couple of the bills, and be right back with you. You're watching the 2026 Morehouse Relays here at BT Harvey Stadium on the campus of Morehouse College in beautiful West End, Atlanta, Georgia. The Edwin C. Moses track is what we're doing it on, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
2026 Morehouse Relays here, and you're watching the Sprint Medley Relay here, the collegiate level. And the first 200 has been run, passed off to the second 200, and then we'll have a 400 after that. In lane 1 is Lane College. Lane 2, Russ College.
Morehouse moving right down here in lane 6.
In lane 6. Talladega in lane 3, South Carolina State in 4, Tennessee State in lane 5.
And here comes the 400 as that handoff went, and then the second group for the 400 coming out here now.
Is Morehouse.
And a beautiful pace set right now by the Morehouse runner on the inside track, getting to the inside early, getting that handoff and getting positioning on the inside of that track. Man, he is stretching out the distance between him and the pack, and he's gonna leave his teammate in great position come handoff in the next 6 seconds.
Tennessee State just moved into second place, followed up by Lane College. Morehouse in first.
Now Morehouse getting that all-important inside positioning on that handoff and getting it with that type of a cushion and lead. And we'll see what Tennessee State can do coming around. And I don't see another group rolling out, so it looks like this is going to be an 800.
Yeah, the Rust athlete he hurt himself on the back straightaway. I can see him. Yeah, he pulled something. So Rust is out of this. 3.
I know that type of pain. That's a cramp. He's rolling over. Trainer tending to him on that back calf muscle, the back of that calf muscle.
Morehouse in first, coming in to do the last 100 meters. Tennessee State in second. Lane College in third.
And a good pace set right here. He's going to go around one more time here. As this last part of the medley was an 800. So you had 2 200s to begin it, 2 400s, and then the 800 to complete that 1600 medley time. You like the math I did right there, Coach?
Beautiful.
Put all that together and didn't have to worry about solving for Y.
Look, we or X.
Or X.
We spent 5 in the formula here, so just got to show a little patience.
Yeah, that's all, Go with what your eyes tell you. That's right. And itself showing improving on the court on the track right now. And they're showing you what you do when you come to the home track. And this is their house. We're gonna take this 1600 medley relay by storm, and now it's just all about the time. What time are you going to cross that threshold? And we're looking at 3:34 and some change on that one.
Tennessee
just
State
under 3:35.
Finish here with 3:43, and then here's Lane College
pushing through. That 800 is a different monster, and they did a good job to finish that up. Great job by Russ starting it off, Russ College, but unfortunately, this is track and things like that happen. And we wish that young man the best as he gets tended to on the other side of the arena. And just like that one's in the books.
That one's in the books, the men's sprint medley. And then we will transition to the women's sprint medley in the collegiate division.
Hey, things got legendary up here in the booth just a second ago, Brian. We've been joined. We might as well go ahead and bring our special guest on, just waiting on the heads up to when he's ready, and then we're going to bring him on. Brian, you did such a good introduction for Coach Cheese. I'm going to let you go ahead and do the honors on this one as well. We might have to do 2 introductions on this. You might have to do one. I might have to do one. And then give Roy a microphone. Let him do one too. Roy.
Joining us now, it's a pleasure, it's an honor to be joined by the two-time Olympic gold medalist, world record holder, and the man whose name is on the track, Mr. Edwin Moses. It's a pleasure to have you on, sir.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Glad to be here.
Yes, indeed. Coming back home to Morehouse and the Morehouse relays, what's this experience and feeling like for you when you come back on days like this and you see so many young track athletes here?
Well, we do quite a few meets out here at the track during the course of the year, all-comers meets, and we did a professional track meet 2 years ago where we had Sidney McLaughlin, Edwin Moses Legends Classic. So I like track meets. I started as a little kid going out to meets like this on the weekends. But when I was here, there was no track. We always envisioned this location being a track, but, you know, there was a whole neighborhood in this area, streets going up right up the middle of the field, and houses and apartments back here. So we always envisioned that the track should be here, but we didn't own the property. The school didn't own the property. So it wasn't until about 8 years after I graduated that Dr. Gloucester finally decided to put the track in.
Beautiful. And then they just recently did a remodel in the last 4 to 5 years, and so this is sort of the fourth year of the rejuvenated Morehouse relays since the remodel of the stadium and the track. And as you said, been hosting professional events, and it's a beautiful facility and track. Now, 1976, let's start there. You were a sophomore.
Junior, third year
here at Morehouse, competing for your first Olympics, the Montreal 1976 Olympics. What was that experience like for you as a student and a young collegiate runner at the time?
Well, it was shaky at the beginning because no one knew what the qualifications were for an athlete to go to the Olympic Games other than me when I qualified for the Olympic trials. The problem was that the athletic department ran out of money. You know, we got out of school the middle of May. The budget was depleted by them, and the Olympic trials were like at the end of June. So I had to go to the president, Dr. Hugh Gloucester, and plead my personal case as to explaining to him how I made the team, what my progression was going to be, and that I projected breaking the American record and going to the Olympics and winning the gold medal. And he was an English professor and didn't know anything about track and field like most people didn't. So I explained everything to him, the trajectory and the dynamics, and the fact that my coach and I needed money to sustain ourselves and to pay our flights, hotels, food, rental cars, all those expenses. And he asked me the question. He said, "Do you really think you can win?" I said, "Dr. Gloucester, I'm going to go to the Olympic Games. I'm going to break the American record in one of these two meets, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to break John Akibor's record and win the gold medal." And that's exactly what happened. And when I told him that, he said, "You really believe in yourself?" I said, "Yep." I said, "It's going to happen." And I said, "The only way it won't happen is if I fall down." And he went to the vault and gave us $3,000 in cash, which was a lot of money back in 1970.
Yes, it was a lot of. It's a lot of money now.
We're not going to try to do the conversion on that. No math right now on Saturday.
Yeah. It's about 7 times, so it's like 20 grand.
I'm sure.
Yeah. And it was just me and my coach, and so that allowed us to go to the Olympic Games, and I did everything that I said I was going to do. And the rest is history.
The rest is history. Where did that belief come from? Because I'm sure that had to be a lot, being, having to go in and make that pitch, make that sales pitch. And where did that belief in yourself come from?
Well, we didn't have a track, so the track team, we were jumping fences. We had 5 or 6 locations around the track. We would break into tracks, jump fences. I would run around the streets, around Morehouse campus and back around every morning at 6 o'clock. Cross country, we had a cross country training location at one of the golf courses, where the blacks were able to play during that time. We used to run up and down the hill, so I wasn't afraid to train. So I knew what I was capable of doing. But when I came to Morehouse, I was unrecruitable I think I was like 5'7", maybe 5'9", 120 pounds, 25 when I came to Morehouse, and I was unrecruitable, so I was a walk-on, with the dual degree scholarship. But I just loved the sport of track and field, loved the fact that you can progress individually, and a half a second in 110-meter hurdles is like a major event. It's like a major improvement from year to year. So I came in running 15.1 in high school, and 2 years later I'm running like 14 flat, 13.8. So I just like the incremental improvement. And while I was doing that, running against Dr. Leroy Walker's team, North Carolina Central, where they had like 3 Olympians, two or three from Kenya and 2 from the United States that competed in 72. And, running at the Morehouse relays and South Carolina State and all these different meets we ran in, SIAC conference meets, just running behind those guys and, just little by little being drug around the track. And so it took me 3 years to really, become from a mediocre high school athlete to world class. But I wasn't afraid to train. I wasn't afraid to run. And I like the fact that I can measure my improvement,
Yes.
Year over year, event by event. And, that was why I was in the sport, just to have personal improvements. And then once I got good enough to go to the Olympic Games and the Olympic trials, once I saw that it's possible to actually do that from one year to the next, if I could improve by 0.3 of a second here, 7/8 of a second in the 400, then it became a reality. And then my training got more difficult. So in 76, I qualified in the 110 hurdles, the 400 flat, and the 400 hurdles, all in 2 days at the Florida Relays. Once I ran the 400 hurdles for the first time, I ran 50.1. That was the second fastest time in the world at that time.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, the light went on. And that was in March 27th. Actually, it was like 50 years ago this weekend.
Yeah.
Wow, I was going to say.
Today's what, the 28th?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
50 years today. 50
Wow.
years to the day.
Wow. So
And the Olympic Games were in July 25th. So the light went on. Had 4 months to really prepare, get ready for the Olympic trials, which was 3 months in the future. And so I put my head down and started jumping more fences and getting up earlier. And I was that guy that wasn't afraid to hurt.
look, so you asked for the money. You expressed your belief.
Asked for the money.
You
And
went
he
to the
believed me.
Olympics.
Yeah.
You backed up what you said you were going to do. You did.
Yeah.
You got back. How was that conversation when you got back with those medals?
Well, Dr. Gloucester was extremely happy. No one could believe it. A lot of my classmates, they did not even know that I was actually I was that good, because school got out in the beginning, second week of May, so we hadn't had that many track meets. When I really began to improve was from the end of May all the way through July. So no one really saw it. Everyone was gone. But the guys on the track team, they knew what my plan was, and I had everything laid out because I'm a physics major. I had a book, and I knew what my projections were going to be, what my training had to be. Everything was really like well thought out. It wasn't random at all. So Dr. Gloucester, that's why the track is here, because Dr. Gloucester said we got to have a track.
Yeah.
We have to have a facility on campus for people who want to play soccer or run track or whatever. And they had already started raising money for the chapel, which is right across the street. But my class was the first one that graduated from the chapel in 1978.
Okay.
So Dr. Gloucester told me we're going to build a track. Just a matter of time. He said, I'm going to get the money and we're going to build a track for Morehouse, because it doesn't make sense for you to have to jump fences. He knew the whole story.
Wow.
So that's why the track is here, and that's why my name is on it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
It took years for that to happen.
Everyone, please be seated.
I'm telling on myself here. I'm a bit of a nerd. Anyone who knows me probably knows that by now. I'm fascinated by, you said you were a physics major. I'm fascinated how you used your degree to break down the steps and the distance between the hurdles in the 400 that elevated that I guess by my research played a huge part in your success. Talk a little bit about how you use your degree to create that advantage that at the time, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Many 400-meter hurdlers were, 15 steps?
15 or more.
15 or more, and you cut it down to 13. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I was in condition, number one. Like I said, I get up in the morning and run down Fair Street, the north side, back around where the medical school is, and end up where the parking lot is over there, like every morning at 6 o'clock, and go to class at 8. But at a school like Morehouse, we had a lot of academics, a lot of smart guys here. All of us came out of high school. A lot of us were the smartest in our class. You get here, now you're fighting for a C. So we had guys on the track team that were studying physics, medical school, biology. They were in the engineering program as well. Some of the smartest guys at Morehouse basically are on the track team. I think the GPA, the average last year was like 3.8.
Nice.
On the track team.
Nice.
So it's a whole academic environment. The guys who were going to medical school were telling us about the Krebs cycle, about physiology, how oxygen and sugar and all the enzymes, build up muscle. So we were doing that. One of my best friends was a physics major. He was a state champion in the high hurdles in Ohio. We had a good high jumper, Chuck Cherry. I think he was like second or third in the state in Florida. We had the state champion from Alabama in the 400 who was running like 46.6. We had a guy named Strong. I forget his first name, but he won the 800 in the state of Georgia, came to Morehouse. We had a top pole vaulter from Florida who was jumping like 15 feet back then.
That's recruiting. That's a heck of a recruiting class.
And so I was not even in the mix. But so, the physics, it was just basic dynamics, and really it was common sense. A lot of it was just common sense for guys who were studying science and knew mathematics and, knew about Newton's equations and things like that. It just made common sense. But because I was in condition, I was able to run, and I have a naturally long stride. Biomechanically, I was able to run 13 steps and continue to run because I was in condition. So a lot of it was science, and a lot of it was my competitors thought that I had such an advantage because they just didn't know the basic fundamentals of what I was doing. So psychologically, it had a great impact on them. But it was well thought out.
I love that. I love that.
In addition to that, my diet. I was really into diet, really into stretching. Really into what they call plyometrics, plyometrics, intense stretching. I looked at it more like because I was a big fan of Bruce Lee, looked at it like a Zen type of activity or an artist. My roommate at Morehouse was a ballet dancer. He was actually one of the first 2 or 3 black male dancers in the Atlanta Ballet. So I learned a lot from him about stretching, about dynamics, about getting in the air, using explosive power to do all that, to do everything that they do in ballet. So I translated a lot of that, into the stretching that we were doing for track and field, and just took a different attitude. And it just got to the point where I was doing my thing on a day-to-day basis, having a good warm-up, doing everything thorough, having a good series of dynamic exercises on the hurdles, and really getting into a Zen zone, like from the time I walk out onto the track. So by the time I'm training and running and practice, I'm putting everything into it because my mind has already made up its mind that everything's prepared, everything's right. And so I use that system throughout my whole career. It took me 45 minutes to be able to run. By the time I got to the track, it was like at least 45 minutes before I would even start running because everything was prepared. And I followed that throughout my whole career. So I really was able to stay calm. And I saw running hurdles as an art form. I was not running against everyone else. It was me versus my hurdles, and it became a question of conditioning, strength, and technique.
Now
I looked at the whole sport from a different point of view.
Yeah, that approach, and I think
and diet.
I think back to watching a lot of the coverage that we would see back in the early 90s, late 80s about the workouts of the NFL players of the time, and they were doing a lot of those anaerobic things with the stretching, with the ballet, with the yoga, and all of those different things to increase their range of motion. You named an all-star cast of teammates here. I mean, it was high powered.
This was my freshman year.
Yeah, right. And
they were all on scholarship, and I was a walk-on.
And you're saying these guys, these guys were the top in their events in their states. These are high-class runners. And we know that right around 1983-84, the shift went from the HBCUs to our prime athletes going to the PWIs.
Right.
You ran at an HBCU during a time and an era where the best of black athletes were participating at the historically, but
people like Rodney Milburn,
right,
at Southern, Willie Davenport,
right,
Lee Calhoun. You had guys from Morgan State,
right,
Southern, Tennessee State. The girls. Most of the Olympians came from HBCUs.
Now,
just like most of the NBA All Stars and NFL All Stars,
right,
for the 60s and 70s, we all went to HBCUs.
Now, when you think about that and where we are here today, is track and field the sport on the collegiate level that still has the space to be able to recreate that type of identity?
I don't think so. In 1976, on the Olympic team, Chandra was 17 years old. Harvey Glantz was 18. There was a guy named Dwayne Evans from Arizona, 17. Rhonda Brady, she was from D.C., she was 16. Kathy McMillan was 18 years old, and they all won medals. Most of them won medals. I was only 20, and all of us came from HBCUs, but all of us were in college. So the 70s and the 80s, 70s and the 80s was really the golden ages of track and field when it became professional. Granted, there was a lot of drug use. A lot of the Eastern European countries, especially, were beating up on our women because they were using steroids. But those were the real golden ages in track and field. When 90% of the athletes on the Olympic team came straight out of college. And the problem today is that these kids, the rules have changed. Back then, we were making money in college, and the NCAA didn't bother us, and we still had eligibility. But today, the shoe companies have taken over. They're keeping these kids from going to college and competing for 4 years and getting their education in a timely manner, because they're, they consider themselves pro, but, I was like one of the first ones who ever make significant money enough to say that I can do this and do this only. But the fact that the shoe companies run the athletes now, they all run for Nike or Adidas or New Balance or whoever. They're not going to college. So the college system is relatively weak. Every now and then you'll get someone who wins a national championship at the NCAA who makes the team. Yeah. But when I was running, everyone, was competing at a college and a university. And today I think they just need to get back to the point where they're willing to allow these athletes to be professionals in college like they are in basketball, like they are in football, and get these kids back in school.
I think the exposure for the sport would grow if some of these Olympic athletes, if you first learned about them in college and followed them into the Olympics.
That's right. There you go.
I mean, not saying that the Olympics we don't. I mean, that's we all love Olympic track and field, but how much? I mean, just imagine how much bigger the portfolio or whatever.
It would be better for everyone.
Sport. Yeah, it'd be better for
the sport, better for the college, better for the athlete.
Oh man.
Right. Well, I can tell you that I never saw a nationally televised track and field event until the early 90s. I was in college when I first witnessed that.
No, they were in the 70s and 80s. We were on Wide World of Sport.
And see, and
ABC Wide World of Sport, CBS Sports Spectacular. Even in the 60s, Tommy Smith and John Carlos and all these guys, they were running on the Sports Spectacular, Meet from Zurich.
Okay.
So I grew up watching that in the late 60s.
And see, that's an awesome thing. Just the attention that you guys laid the foundation for what track has become on the world stage. I can honestly say, by looking at the arenas and the venues that we see when they're running in Japan, when they're running in Germany, when they're running in Italy, they're filling coliseums, with 125,000 people in there in the worldwide broadcast. How what type of space does that create for these young people today? Does it give them something to aspire to, or should they be mainly focused on just going to college, getting the degree, and leaving that space? Because, you know, when you talk about basketball on the world stage, you know, a kid can come out of Savannah State and go play European basketball for 11, 12 years, make some really, really good money. Is that opportunity available for these track kids like that?
95% of the student athletes that you have out here will not run track after they leave college. You have to be in the top 5 or 10 in the world to really be able to even get a shoe contract today. When I was running, it was probably in the United States athletes 20, 30 deep that had contracts. Now it's like 5 or 6 in an event, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very, very different. It's hard, very difficult to make money. Even if you're number 6 in the world, you might not be able to get a lane in a track meet.
Wow.
Really?
If you're number 6 in the United States, let's put it like that.
Okay.
And you go to the Olympic trials, you're third at the national championships. You go to Europe, they might take 1 or 2 of the top girls, but they've got to have, you know, the girl from Belgium, the girls from, you know, Greece, the ones from England. They've got to be at France. They've got to be in the race too. So the top 3, even if you're third, you might not get a lane in every race.
Truly is a world sport.
So it's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult.
Now you see the sport through a different lens, you know, than we do, because you competed at it at such a high level, remarkable career with it. Do you see something different than what we see? I see the United States and Jamaica having dominated track and field for the last 25, 30 years. Do you see something different when you're watching some of the other countries compete?
Yeah, you've got African countries that are winning the relays now. They're coming out with the top sprinters in the 200, 200, 400. Finally, it's gotten to the point the Africans were always psyched out. They never thought that they could sprint. They thought that they could only run distance. And now they've got the top 100, 200, 400 guys. They've got kids 16, 17 years old running 9.8s and 9.9s. No one's even heard of them before. So, you know, the United States definitely does not dominate anymore like it used to. Jamaica is not dominating anymore like it used to. That kind of ebbs and flows. It's an individual thing. If you have an Asafa Powell and a Usain Bolt and, you know, the phalanx of guys they had for 15 years back, you know, one after the other, it looks great. But, you know, now they've got really good high hurdlers. They've got a couple of good 400 hurdlers. They've got some really good women running the 400 hurdles. When I was running, there was none. It was only 100 and 200 in the relays. So they've got a good javelin thrower from, Trinidad or Jamaica, a hammer thrower, guys that are winning Olympic medals. So, you know, they're getting out of the country, going to these universities and getting good training. So the whole thing is different now. Got a guy from Norway who's the best in the 400 hurdles. Who would have ever thought?
Right. I wouldn't have thought that.
You would have ever thought.
The 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles. I will admit that was the first time I heard your name and watched your races. And I remember sitting there. My dad told me, "You need to come watch this young man, Edwin Moses of Morehouse College." And I was like, "Dad, where's Morehouse?" "Oh, it's an HBCU in Atlanta, Georgia. And he's got this unbelievable streak happening where he has not lost." I don't know what the streak number was.
In LA, it was 100.
It was 100, okay.
101 and 102 at the game.
Right, okay. And I knew it was somewhere in the high numbers. I know it went to 122, I was told 9 years, 9 months, 9 days. Wow. But with the Olympics coming back to America here in 2028, I believe, right?
Yes, correct. Los Angeles.
Yeah, back in L.A. Talk about the 84 experience and finally being able to run on that stage where your classmates, your peers, and all of the people who might have missed seeing you in 76. Obviously, we missed seeing you in 80, but getting the chance to see you run back in America. What was that experience like for you? And then maybe transition to your thoughts of the Olympics coming back to America in a couple of years now.
I was living in California during that time and training. I had worked at an engineering company out there as well, so I was at home. It was like home turf. The most difficult thing was missing an Olympics in 1980, going from 76, no activity in 80, and then coming back 8 years later. Not too many people had done that, so that was new territory. And so at that point, I ran a world record in 76, 77, 80, and 83. So I had 4 world records under my belt. And so at that point, it was really, are you still able to improve and stay in condition? So that was really the most difficult part of it. And I was able to continue to improve. I never broke the world record again after 83, but I had the opportunity a couple of times. So it was great. Not many people ever get the chance to run in Olympic Games on their home soil. Mm-hmm. It's unusual.
That is awesome. And you've been a busy man in your post-track life here. Yeah. When we were first introduced to you when you came in the booth, we were told to ask you about your documentary.
Oh yeah, documentary. It's done by a German company. We started working on it during COVID, 2020. We did some initial interviews during COVID, but that really wasn't working out. It's called Moses 13 Steps. If you go online, you can find the trailers. Lots of places, trailers. We've been at we've been in 13 film festivals. We won awards in 10 out of 13 all over the world. It has an all-star cast of people. It tells the story of my life through my lens, going all the way back to when I was 6 or 7 years old, 8mm video that my father shot.
Oh, straight up.
7, 8 years old. Wow. Then it translates. Then we moved from there to the 1960s, 1968 specifically, the civil rights movement, what was happening, me living in Ohio, but watching the whole thing unfold on the news every night. My brother talks about what we saw as kids, and we got show, black people getting chewed up by dogs and hit by the fire hoses, and talk about that whole series of events while I'm 13 years old. And then we go into the 68 Olympics, watching Tommy Smith raise his fist in the air. Extensive interviews with Tommy Smith. Also in the movie, Spike Lee is in the movie. He was a classmate of mine. He tells a part of my story leading up to 76 and what he experienced and saw. Sam Jackson is being interviewed in the movie. He's talking about 76 Olympics and the power of Morehouse College.
So you were at Morehouse during the Sam Jackson,
that was
Spike
a little
Lee.
bit before me.
Sam
was on campus then, but
Spike was here with you.
Spike was here with me.
Okay.
So we talked to Sam, Spike, Sam, Tommy. Extensive interviews with Tommy, following his career. Lots of footage from Mexico City. Spike is talking about in one of his dialogues. He talks about after the Olympics in October in 1968, and all the kids saw it on television. They're sitting in class, and it comes on the speaker. They say Tommy Smith won an Olympic medal, and everybody put their fists in the air when they sang the national anthem. So that's in the film. It's really a different kind of film. Neil deGrasse Tyson is in the film. He's talking about various hurdles and the dynamics of hurdles and what was going on. We're all in that same age group, so we're talking about what was going on during those times in parallel with the Olympics in our lives and what we had to overcome. Lonnie Bunce is in the movie, Secretary of the Smithsonian, who started the African American Museum. He's in there. Michael Johnson, Danny Harris, Donna DeVerona. So it's a bunch of my brother, my son, his mom. There's people telling pieces of my story from their point of view and what they saw. It makes it more interesting.
Excited.
It's a full length, an hour, 100 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes.
Now, is it ready for viewing by the public, or are you guys still just featuring it at festivals and everything? Is it ready for streaming to the public, or
it's ready for streaming? We just don't have a streaming deal.
Okay.
There's a possibility. I was speaking with the producers. It might be available in the next 3 or 4 weeks. I'm not going to say what platform, but it may be available. I'm not going to say it because if it doesn't happen.
Sure.
Then
No, I get that.
Yeah. But I'll have to send you guys. I'll get your addresses. I'll send you a private link so you can see it. We'll
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
Get some popcorn and some tissue.
Oh, man.
Man,
Look, you talking
it's one of those. It's one of those popcorn and tissue. LA for sure.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness.
Now, they were full of surprises when they came up here to us today. Look, Black College Sports Network. Tell them. Look, full of surprises when they came up here to us today, and one of the biggest things that they told us. Go ahead, Brian, take it.
The 50th. We talked about it. This is being the 50th anniversary, and you already talked about it. The 50th anniversary of not just
my qualifying for the Olympics.
Qualifying for the Olympics happening essentially in this same time period today, at this time, 50 years ago. And then also we were told that the Morehouse Relays will soon take a new name.
Yeah, as soon as you get through talking and saying it,
talking about it, officially next year when people come, it will be the Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays. Man, what is that? When you hear that, I mean, obviously one thing to see your name on the track, but when you
we got to clap for that.
When you hear that, what does that feel like?
I think it's really setting. It's taken 50 years though.
Amen.
All good things that happen to me take a long time. But I'm really proud that the school is willing to do that. And Coach Dumas and Coach Hill and the AD and the president have decided to do that. And I never asked for it. I think that they just figured it's time to put the name attached to the relay so that people get the connection.
Yes.
We don't have to guess that there is a nexus there, that they automatically get it.
We have to celebrate our legends, and all of these young people need to be inspired to. I mean, it's amazing. These young people have such great access. We were talking about all kinds of things that we had to go physically search for information, and thankfully, Jet Ebony told me who Edwin Moses was, because that's how I had to learn. I couldn't go to the internet or do an AI search and pull up all this information like kids can today. So to be able to know that now going forward, when all of these middle school and high school students in the Atlanta metro area come to this event, the Edwin Moses, and they'll look up and say, well, who is Edwin Moses? And they'll look up.
And they can Google it.
And
really
they can
quick.
Google it. It'll come up just like that. I mean, that's amazing. And then, there may be a few people who I know you're out here just freely walking. There might be somebody to say, hey, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well,
when I must have been about 8 or 10 years old. My dad was in the military. He was a Tuskegee Airman. He got out in 45 or 46. So I'm born in 55. So maybe I'm in high school, 13 years old. And my dad used to tell stories, and with 12, 13 years old, my dad used to say, that was 20 years ago. And that sounded like so long. 12, 13 years, 20 years, that's like forever.
Yes.
And now, it being like 50 years have passed, it's really something. I'm glad to be here 50 years later. But my son is 30 years old. And so he turned 30 years old. He said, Dad, I remember things when I'm 10 years old. He said, from 10 to 30 went really, really quick. I said, dude, I was 40 when you were born, and you're 30 now. I said, now at my age, I'm keeping myself in good condition and working out and eating right. I'm seriously looking at 100. I said, because 5 or 10 more years is not working too well.
Well, I tell you,
I'm looking at 100, 30 more years, and that is, it's going to go really, really quick. So, we're blessed to be here. Blessed that the school has a track. Blessed that I was able to be a catalyst to make sure that this facility is here, right where we envisioned it.
Yep.
And that we're having, the Edwin Moses relays, and all these kids are able to, enjoy and have a space right here on campus with the beautiful view of the skyline of downtown Atlanta.
Perfect setting.
Yeah, the smokestack the smokestack of the building where they filmed Hidden Figures.
Yep.
Graves Hall in the back, Spelman and Morehouse Medical School. It's a great facility.
That's where they filmed Hidden Figures.
Yeah, that smokestack. If you ever look at the film,
the great Morris Brown Tower over by the bridge, just on ML King right there. I can see the tip of it, baby. Shout out to my Brownites. You know I had to throw that in there.
You can see the tip of that.
Yeah, you can see the tip of the tower right there on the campus, man. This has always been a beautiful campus, man.
So when we had the Edwin Moses Legends meet 2 years ago, which was a professional track meet, we had Sidney McLaughlin here, and we had so many Olympians. It was before Paris, but I think about 15 to 20 of the people that we had here actually won Olympic medals.
Wow.
It was the first professional track meet on the HBCU campus.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'll share you the link with that. It's like a 2-hour link. Beautiful aerial shots, great production. It was a day like today. It was just a spectacular day. So we're hoping to do that again. I'm waiting to hear what's going to happen this year and the next 2 years with having a professional track meet here where athletes are getting paid. We have enough budget to do all that. We're actively working on that. And the reason we put in such a great facility that's internationally certified was so that if someone breaks a world record out here, it's going to count.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
And that's very important. All the small things around any world-class track, like the rails and the configurations and the accuracy to within like a half an inch in 400 meters, the width of the lanes, the number of the lanes. We made sure that everything is correct.
Yeah, people don't look at those little intangibles, to really know what it takes.
We had some world junior, national. We had some national records broken here on the track 2 years ago.
Well, I'm just glad that you're still around the sport and still actively, participating in it and being an impact to it. That part right there is huge, and just your legacy hanging over the AUC, not just Morehouse. I mean, when you won those medals, you won those medals for all of the historically black colleges and institutions. It was something that everybody could hang their hat on and be proud of. So for your institution to put you in a position, to be able to do that.
I was the only gold medalist in an individual running event on the U.S. team. So I won more gold medals at UCLA, Harvard, USC, all of them. Morehouse, we won the only gold medal in a running event in 1976.
Wow.
And then there was Arnie Robinson in the long jump, Bruce Jenner in the decathlon, and a guy named Mac Wilkins in the discus, and then the relays.
So
there was only 4 of us.
You were the reason why all them track coaches got out of there and said, you know what, man, we're going to go over here and get some of these brothers on the team and start doing it. Things start changing up.
I didn't know what Morehouse was when I went in. They said, what does Morehouse do? What is that? Who is he or what is it?
That's right. And
I solved the puzzle.
And we can't let too many more of them go to Morehouse and not come over here to this big school, so we can capitalize off of it over there.
We have to get that market back in basketball,
that's right, we
football, and baseball. I saw it go away.
Yes.
We had no choice. We weren't going to a Clemson. We weren't going to an Alabama. Weren't going to an Arkansas State, Mississippi. You weren't really welcome.
Right. It's not a secret that Walter Payton went to Jackson State.
Exactly.
It's not a secret that Shannon Sharp was at Savannah State.
Jerry Rice.
Yeah, Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley. Those are not secrets. That's just the way that it was. So, I grew up watching Clark College play football, and Morehouse play football at Lakewood.
That's right.
At Lakewood Stadium.
Were packed back
and
then.
We grew up watching y'all practice, do some running over at Lakewood Stadium as well.
Yeah.
I grew up right there off of Jonesboro Road, Pryor Street. So we watched that. So that type of tradition and history, what came through our universities and who came through our universities back then, and we don't see that same type of impact. We see some great kids.
I did an interview for a young guy who's a student at Morehouse. I think he's a senior. I think he's graduating this year, junior or senior. And he was studying communications, and he interviewed me about the impact of HBCU sports. And he was looking at it from today's point of view. And I told him before, like 4 or 5 days before the interview, I said, you need to do a little research. I said, go look at the NBA All-Stars, NFL All-Stars, even some of the top players in baseball that went to HBCUs. But I said you will notice that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, all of those guys from the NFL and the NBA, the majority of them went to HBCUs.
That's right.
And Olympians, the black Olympians.
Yes.
The majority of those went to the HBCUs, especially in my area, Southern, Tennessee State, legendary Tennessee State. I'm glad that I was able to put Morehouse's name in there with those. Morgan State, Southern.
Yep.
So I told him, do your research, and then we'll do the interview. And so he was blown away. He said, I never thought about that. I said, we're living in strange times right now. All of us had to go to HBCUs, and we had great sports teams. They wouldn't let us play at the SEC.
There you go. There you
we
go.
had to have our own. That's why we have our own conferences to this day, because of segregation.
That's right. That's right.
We have to continue to celebrate black excellence, and we have to continue to recognize and celebrate the legends so that as these young people do their research, they recognize the great work that people like yourself have done in your sports or just in within the college and within humanity. So again, Mr. Moses, it's a pleasure getting a chance to talk to you, getting a chance to actually sit next to the person. Like I said, that was one of my first Olympic visual moments. Is my dad telling me to come sit and watch. As a little teenager, I'm all over the place. He's like, no, son, you need to come. And I know, what is the 400-meter hurdle? What is that, Dad? And I'm like, no, son, you need to sit down and watch. And I promise you, I was not disappointed. And so I'm honored, and it's a pleasure to be here. And congratulations again going forward. The Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays right here at BT Harvey Stadium on the Edwin C. Moses track. And it's a pleasure to talk to the Morehouse legend and two-time Olympic gold medalist, world record holder, Edwin Moses. Thank you for your time, sir.
All right. Thank you guys for having me. And welcome to our campus.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
We'll be back right after these words. You're watching the 2026 Morehouse Relays on the SIAC Network and simulcast on the Black College Sports Network YouTube page.
The 2026 Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays.
Thank you for the correction.
We have the only teams who would be a track right now is Morehouse, the women's team, the women's Morehouse and collegiate team. Lane 6. Lane 6. Zone 1. Zone 2. Zone 3. It's the starter.
Alex Jackson, can you report to the Discus crew? Alex Jackson, please report to the Discus. Alex Jackson, can you please report to the Discus? Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 3. We got a red flag on Zone 3. Zone 3 is ready to start lifting your hand. this time, we have now all 1,500-meter runners in the limit and followers. We're going to go check in. At this time, we need all 1,500 meters women and women to check in. And all high school finalists. Please bring me an unlimited starting area. this time, all 1,500 meter men and women should be checked in, and all 1,600 meter milers, high school and middle school should be checked in.
Fuel your game day today. From saucy wings and tennis, to golden Texas toast. Zaxby's brings the flavor you crave. All day, every day. Zaxby's, indescribably good. Zaxby's has a pop-up concession stand located on the concourse level, right here in the stadium. Or you can visit their location at 946 MLK Junior Drive. After the meeting, you pick up some wings or a salad. like to remind everyone to please visit one of my concession stands below on the concourse level. No reason to go hungry or thirsty. You can visit the Mustard Seed Barbecue Company, Cascade, located in the corner of the concourse level. Sideline Snacks, located in the middle of the concourse level. Or Zaxby's. Please support those who support Morehouse Athletics and the 2026 Morehouse Relays.
This announcement is for all Morehouse alum, national champions, and All-Americans. Can you meet at the foreign tent by the 200? All alum that's on attendance, the national champions and All-Americans. Please meet at the tent by the 200. We need all technical and Morehouse top to be with me. By the 10, by the 200. Greetings, everyone. Again, we just want to say thank you for attending the 2026 Morehouse Relays. We appreciate you supporting our program and our institution. We hope it's living up to the par. We just give thanks that you all are taking, and we hope you're living up to the standards you expect. At this time, after the 1,500 meters, we'll take a little break to make some announcements. We're going to be quickly. We're going to do it quickly. We want to make some introductions pertaining to the that we have in the house, and also former Olympians that we organize. As a track community, we want to make sure that we acknowledge each other at all times, no matter the division. So make sure we acknowledge because we are a family. Again, from Morehouse College, we thank you. We appreciate you attending Morehouse Relays 2026.
HBCUs has historically served as the engines of social and economic mobility for black students, producing 80% of the nation's black judges, 70% of black doctors, and half of the country's black lawyers and teachers, along with 40% of black engineers. At Morehouse College, we have cornered the market in producing black male excellence. In fact, Morehouse educates more black men who go on to earn doctorates than any other institution. Remember to visit www.morehouse.edu to make your contribution. Your gift, no matter the size, will help ensure that Morehouse College has necessary resources for student scholarships, campus operations, and improvement, academic programs, athletics, and emergencies. Give today to help Morehouse College continue to be a leader and influencer in higher education.
attention, everyone. At this particular time, we're going to take a little break. We have some announcements we're going to make. At this time, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We have about 7 minutes. I just said that. We just have a couple of announcements we want to make. We want to acknowledge our seniors and a couple other people we want to acknowledge so that we can move forward from there. I appreciate your patience and your time for us to do a little thank you.
From the basement of Springfield Baptist Church, former slaves rose from the ashes of slavery to become preachers and teachers, the leaders of the black community. After 50 years of its Morehouse College is here.
For more information on Morehouse Athletics, follow us on Twitter at Morehouse Athletics, on Instagram at Morehouse Athletics, and like us on Facebook. Search Morehouse Athletics for all your up-to-the-minute information on Maroon Tiger Athletics. Also, visit www.morehouseathletics.com, the official athletic website of Morehouse College.
At Zaxby's, you can lemon pepper any way you want. Get lemon pepper wings, lemon pepper sandwiches, lemon pepper fingers. Now that's lemon pepper perfection. Zaxby's lemon pepper.
We want to thank the Zaxby's located just north of campus at 946 MLK Trail Drive for providing meals to the beat staff today. Also, please make sure you visit their concession stand located on the concourse level right here in BT Harvey Station. Make sure to stop by their location at 946 MLK Junior Drive after the meet to pick up some wings or a salad. Georgia Access hopes you're having a great and healthy day. Don't delay. Head to www.georgiaaccess.gov to explore health insurance plans made just for you and your family. Georgia Access gets you covered. If you're looking for food that feeds your soul and your body, listen up. Morehouse Relays are brought to you point by Local Green Atlanta, the ATL's go-to spot for fresh, flavorful, and healthy eats that hit every time. Just minutes from campus, stop by and taste one of our delicious new bowls. Eat well, be well with Local Green. Local Green is located just north of campus at 19 Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. Stop by today after the game and eat well, be well. Also remember to visit our concession stands on the concourse level Mustard Seed Barbecue, located in the corner of the concourse level. Sideline Snacks, located in the center area on the concourse level, right here at BT Harvey Stadium.
At this time, can I have all alum enter the center of the field, please? Make the announcements all along, please. Technical alum, please walk over to the center of the field, please. Coach Willie Hill. If we get that photograph with Mr. Hill, Coach Hill, A.D. Ellis, and Edwin Moses together, please. We also want to acknowledge one of our greats as well, Mr. Willie Hill, the winningest coach in SIAC history by winning the indoor SIAC champion. It was his 50th conference championship in his 40-plus years at Morehouse College. I'm going to give him a round of applause, please. The winningest coach in SIAC history. Everybody get together.
Oh, what a jump.
No problem. I want to say thank you, sir. We're willing to take you take time. The next announcement we're going to make but due to our relationship, long-standing relationship with our university and college campus, we would like the ladies and gentlemen from Parkland coming to receive the award today. Stand over there, please. Coach Shivers, can you come to the head coach from Parkland, please come to the center. Morehouse alum, don't go anywhere yet, please stand still. Coach Shivers.
Is Coach Shivers around? I also need at this time for the Morehouse seniors to enter the center of the field as well, please. I don't know why the ambulance is down there. College seniors, please appear in the center of the field as well, please. Morehouse College seniors. We have Ronnie Caprono, computer science major, mathematics minor. Four-time cross-country champion, two-time SIAC champion. Brian Kime, software engineering major, three-time SIAC cross-country champion, one-time SIAC indoor champion, three-time track and field athlete of the year. Christian Odoms, senior psychology major, biology major, who's escorting him is his mom and his grandmother. Dennis Quebec, two-time SIAC champion. Wakish Alanda, software engineering major, three-time SIAC champion. Active member, service in the U.S. Army. Jordan Turner, with his mom and dad here, communication studies major, two-time SIAC champion, second team all-conference. Adrian Evans, with his mom and other family members, software engineering major, two-time SIAC champion. Avery Jones with his mom and dad, psychology major, two-time SIAC champion. Again, gentlemen, we appreciate your time here at Morehouse. We know you will have a wonderful career afterwards. and we look forward for your continued support. Let's give these gentlemen a round of applause. 4 years here obtaining their degrees. Give them a round of applause at Morehouse College.
young ladies graduating seniors at CAU. Shout out to the graduates. We're going to start with Mariah Young, senior mass media arts, team captain, 400-meter hurdles, 100 meters, 200 meters. Malaysia Avenue, senior biology major, 400-meter hurdles. Karen Warren, social work major, Dean's List, 400-meter hurdles, 200-meter hurdles. Sorry, 100 meters, 200 meters. And Naya Williams. Fashion advertising. 100 meters, 200 meters, 4x100. Genesis Washington, 400 meter hurdles, 100 meter hurdles. Business administration. Thank you, young ladies, and to the head coach of Clark Atlanta University, Miss Cornelia Shivers Cole, Dr. Cornelia Shivers Cole.
Update from Columbia, South Carolina, Morehouse baseball. After 6 complete, Benedict 5, Morehouse 4.
All right, everyone, at this time, we'll like the men 1,500 meter runners report to the start line. The men 1,500 meter runners start report to the start line.
Track, please.
We need all the hurdle crew to help us bring the hurdles for 100 hurdles and 110 hurdles. 100-meter fighters, then the 10-meter hurdles, and 100-meter hurdles.
Welcome back to live audio of the 2026 Morehouse Relays. It's time for the collegiate men's 100-meter dash. In lane 1 of Morehouse, Evan Alphonse. Kevin Turner of Clayton State in lane 2. Lane 3, Jace Weaver of Albany State. His teammate, Sanalje Bentley, is in lane 4. Jaden Chambers in lane 5. The 2 Albany State guys in 4 and 5. That's Bentley in 4. Weaver in 3. This is going to be a tight one. We also had Antonio Smith in lane 6, Elijah Rose in 7, and Christian Whitmore in 8 will go to the instant replay at the finish line.
Goodness gracious, a photo finish. It was tighter than 10 toes in one sock the whole way down the track. And we get a good close-up look here as they come across that line. And I don't know.
That potentially looked like Jace Weaver in 3, Jaden Chambers in 5. Can we see that one more time? Are we able to see that one more time? Or are we going right to the women's? Let's see if we can quickly see a replay of as the women's 100-meter is preparing. Watch lane 3 and 5. Again, we're not directly on the line, but this is very close. I think 3 took it.
I think so.
Jace Weaver or Jaden Chambers. One of those two will have won. Let's go over to the women's 100 meters as they are set in the blocks.
In lane 1, you're going to have Anjanae Latchison out of Tuskegee. Lamoy Duffus from Talladega in lane 2. Shavandria Crimes in lane 3. She represents Albany State. Cadence Cray from Albany State. We saw her impressive 100 in the prelims. Brianna Benloss from Winston-Salem State in lane 5. Lane 6 is going to be Serenity Harry out of Tennessee State. Lane 7 is Nyla Whiting from Clark, Atlanta. And in lane 8 is going to be Crystal Rolak from Virginia Union. And I tell you what.
Fastest time coming in was Candace Cray in lane 4, 11.67.
And
here we go with the women's now. Oh, looks like we have
2 scratches here.
2 scratches from 1 and 5.
1 and 5. That's Arjanae Latchinson and Brianna Benloss not in here, but off to the races right now. Neck and neck even. Look in lane 3 right now is Chandra Crimes, and it looks like it's going to be Crimes and Lamoy Duff is punching it out across the line.
Now it looks like it's the 2 Albany State teammates, Cray and Crimes.
Cray and Crimes.
I'm going to let you have it. There was a joke there, but I was going to let you have it. You look like you wanted to take it. I was going to let you have it.
You know, I was at a loss for words. I was stuck on the emotion of the race here as we see the finish line. And, man, 2 close. Oh, yeah, that was definitely lane 4 with Candace Cray.
And her classmate, teammate, junior also. Candace Cray is a junior from Albany State. Her teammate from Albany State, who's also a junior, Javandria Crimes.
They'll share a podium. And we are going to keep the progress going here and move right to the 100-meter dash finals for high school boys.
Yep.
And that's going to bring us Kevin Knight from South Paulding High School in lane 1, Kenneth West from Creekside. You make the call on this one.
Watch out in the middle of lane 4, Canyon Carter, 10-9. To his right would be Chase Thompson, in lane 5, 10-9-5. Ooh, 2 false starts there. That might be 2 disqualifications if I'm not mistaken.
And let's see where the yellow card comes out. The starter definitely pointing at somebody. High school kids. Let's see if they're
maybe the rules are a little bit different in high school, where you get 1 false start possibly. Not very familiar with the Georgia High School Athletic Association rules, but
I don't think that it's
disqualification.
I don't think that it's a disqualification, or I think they call it a my bad in high school. When you say my bad, and then you get up and you do it again.
That is the official. That's in the
official rule book. Yeah.
Section 10.3.2.
Right next to a quote from me. It says Mike Shep said that. And they are off.
Ooh, lane 4 off to a good. There's Carter. Carter's pulling away, but on his right side is Thompson. It's Carter and Thompson. Carter and Thompson. It might be Thompson.
Man, did Carter lean and beat Thompson in the last second? Thompson walked him down. Oh, my goodness. I think they were moving too fast for the finish line cam.
Yeah, unfortunately, our finish line cam did not get it, so we'll have to wait and come back and see.
And big shout out for that graphic.
Yeah, unfortunately, our finish line cam didn't capture
Oh,
it.
they were moving so fast that they blurred
unfortunately,
the screen.
Moving too fast for our cameras. A little technical glitch there.
That boy's faster than the shutter speed.
We'll wait to see what happens. I have a feeling it's coming down to Thompson and Carter, so we'll wait to see what the official time numbers are and whether it was Thompson. Both of them came in.
High school girls. Sakayla, Kate Just, New Manchester High School in lane 1, Taylor Gaddis in lane 2 from Hiram High School, and they're underway with Sharia George in lane 3, Chrissy Warner in lane 4. They're moving right there in lane 5 is Madison Johnson, and she's going to have a hard time with lane 4, but lane 5 looked like they pulled it off. That was Madison Johnson. You had Maya Sanford in lane 6, Morgan Blow in lane 7, and Kylie Hanslip in lane 8. But that one looked like a lane 5. And then we'll take a look at the instant replay.
It was.
Yeah, that was definitely lane 5. Madison Johnson out of New Manchester High School.
Chrissy Weaver in lane 4 coming in.
And already rolling right now with the middle school boys.
It's middle school. Middle school 100 meters. Boys, then followed up by the girls.
And that was Jonathan Thomas of Conyers Middle School taking that one. And boy, they waste no times in the starting blocks for these middle schoolers.
No, load them up, load them in, and release them.
So we'll move to the girls' 100-meter dash for middle school here. We're still waiting on the results for the girls' high school.
But we can't wait on that. We have to keep moving forward here. Let's see.
And
seems to be
a little confusion, extra discussion
on where's everyone supposed to be.
Well, it's a final, so not quite sure. And the reason why here in our system there's no assignments to display for this girls 100-meter dash with contestants. We should definitely be seeing at least a Juliana Crockett, who finished first in the prelims out of Shiloh Middle School, running her 12.87.
Well, now they're bringing them all up to the line. Yeah, I think they just needed to get all the names correct.
That's right.
Coming up following the girls' middle school 100-meter dash is the collegiate men's 110-meter hurdles.
They ought to give every participant a Scantron. Scantrons work. Let you Scantron yourself in at the beginning of the race. QR code.
They do seem to work in a lot of places, don't they?
Yes. I mean, we want to keep it moving. You can give them an abacus for all I care, as long as you got a process in place. And now it seems that we got everybody. Looks like the track marshal is going through right now and getting everybody's names.
Well, just taking a look at the overall scores right now. In the Women's Collegiate Open division, Albany State is in first place with 130 points. Followed behind them is Winston-Salem State with 122 points. Tuskegee in third with 100 points. On the men's side, right now in the lead, Morehouse, the Morehouse men with 104 points. Behind them is Virginia Union with 96 points, and Tennessee State and Albany State tied for third with 82 points.
Still anybody's day.
It is. Anything can be made here in the end.
I'm not certain that they're going to populate the names for this girls' middle school heat. But again, we're still looking to get the scores from the college girls or the high school girls 100. In first, Chrissy Warner in second, and Sharia George finishing up in third. So New Manchester takes it away. South Paulding's Chrissy Warner gets second place, and Sharia George from Hiram High School gets third. And we're underway here with the girls' middle school division. And in the middle lane here, that's lane 4. And battling it out with lane 1.
Sub 14 times. 13.20 for the winner. Young lady in lane 4. 13.43. The young lady in lane 1, who came in second.
She did a good job of finishing over there in lane 1 yesterday. I heard her coach, remind her not to jump going across that finish line. Didn't want her to hurt herself. She smoothed it out this time. Coming across the line to finish second.
All right, so it looks like we are starting first with the
hurdles.
Let's see. It is the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Yes, the men's 110.
Men's 110. As they get the hurdles prepared, in lane 1 will be Devontae Jackson, the senior from Clayton State. In lane 2 will be Mohamed Ba, sophomore from Albany State. Lane 3 will be Cameron Davis, a freshman from South Carolina State. In lane 4, the top runner through the prelims, sophomore Antonio Smith of Virginia Union, who ran a 14.29.
It was a thing of beauty, too.
In lane 5, Jonathan Williams, the junior from South Carolina State, who ran a 14.38. In lane 6, Alexander Holloman, a sophomore from South Carolina State. In lane 7, Bobby Teixeira, sophomore from Tennessee State. And lane 8, Khalil Johnson, a freshman from Morehouse.
We saw Khalil Johnson run a strong 800 early. I mean, a strong 400 hurdles.
Similar for Teixeira, although I think Teixeira came up a little hobbled in that. So
he did.
Looks like I see him down in the lanes. You see him there in lane 7.
Yeah, he's had plenty of time to heal. Put a little Robitussin on it. Put a little tussin on it, rub it around for a little while. You'll be right ready to run again. Now, I tell you, I'm excited about this final right here, Brian, because last night the heats for this 110-meter hurdle were exciting. I mean, it was exciting in here. And that was the event where, as we got to the later heats, we started seeing faster and faster as we got later in the heats. So, looking forward to this final here, especially to get a chance to see Antonio Smith and Jonathan Williams square off here side by side. Now, this is the 110-meter hurdles. And that's what the men run, the 110-meter hurdles. The boys, high school boys, also run the 110. Now, I wonder if they're going to just go from the men 110 to the boys high school 110 and then move the hurdles. Because as is listed right now, they're going to do the college 110, and then we're going to move these hurdles and go to the girls 100. Then we're going to move them back and go to the men's 110, the high school 110. And then we're going to move them back to go to the girls 100-meter hurdle.
That's exactly what we're going to do, Shep, because we're going to stay connected with the collegiate runs first, then the high school runs, then the middle school runs.
Okay. Well, I'm one to broadcast it, not to argue it. I tell you what.
You want it to make sense, but I'm sorry. I know that's what you're looking for. I don't think that's going to happen. But I could be wrong, though, Shep, because I'm looking right behind. If you look down there, right behind the collegiate men, you see the high school boys. So,
we might be stamping a little common sense to the top of the program.
There you go.
Yeah.
It would seem to make sense, right? See, you wanted it, so there you got it.
Well, those trial runs for the hurdle can seem kind of brutal, can't they? Once they get set up and they start stopping and running through the hurdle to stop.
Maybe we'll, I know all of our, most, if not all of our field events are done. Maybe we'll go through and let you know who won some of those events while we're waiting. Although, as I look at the hand signals, I think the runners are ready. Or maybe we do it when they get into the 5,000. But all right. We're watching lane 4 and 5 in the middle. We talked about how exciting this race is going to be here. Antonio Smith in lane 4. Jonathan Williams in lane 5. Will there be an outside challenger to these two?
Ooh-wee. Here we go.
Runners are setting themselves up in the blocks.
Antonio Smith and Jonathan Williams. All these guys sub 15 in this field of 8 for this final. Started in there off. And it's in lane 5 right now with Williams getting out ahead. Williams still out ahead, but look, oh my goodness, look at that surge right there by Antonio Smith. Smith coming across the line, and he's going to hold up his hand as he comes across his first place.
Those last 40 meters, 40 yards.
Yep, 40.
That's where he kicked it in.
Kicked it in. And a great start right there by Williams to get out in the head. Mm-hmm. But just a constant, clean, consistent race all the way through right there. And, man.
Those two came into this race a tenth of a second apart from each other. And you can see the difference between when they came in 14.2 versus 14.38.
Exactly. Antonio Smith, the victor in that one. It'll be interesting to see what that time is. This time in this heat, 15-14 put up by Cornelius Stapleton. You got Justin Johnson in lane 2. What high school did he go to?
Who's that?
Justin Johnson in lane 2.
Mount Vernon.
Money earning Mount Vernon. I just needed somebody to say Mount Vernon so I can so I can say that.
All right.
Anytime you hear the words Mount Vernon, you're always supposed to say money earning Mount Vernon.
Stapleton from Hiram in the purple.
And they're off. And it's 5-4 right now, battling it out. Elijah Phelps out ahead.
Oh, he might take this one.
Elijah Phelps way out ahead right now, and he's across the line. And Elijah Phelps coming into the finals right now and running, with a big-time win right there. And, I mean, he kind of left the rest of the pack, and it was kind of a one-man show going across that line. Great job. Justin Johnson down in lane 2 as well looked pretty good. It's going to be interesting to see who gets those points for that second and third place.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like Stapleton wasn't getting over the hurdles as smoothly as Phelps was.
He was definitely drifting over the hurdle. And we all know you got to get that foot down quickly.
Good point.
So they'll reset the hurdles now and get them set up for the women's 100-meter hurdle. Getting everything organized here.
Now you have to drop the height of the 100 for the 100-meter hurdles. You have to drop the height as well as make the adjustments. So you're seeing that process take place right now.
Well, Brian, you want to take us down the rundown of this college women's final for the 100-meter hurdles?
Sure thing. Let's see. Here we have in lane 1, Janelle Codrington, a freshman from Winston-Salem State. In lane 2, Deanna Albert, a junior from Albany State. In lane 3, Carmisa Reed, a senior from Winston-Salem State. In lane 4, Arjane Latchinson, a senior from Tuskegee. In lane 5, a sophomore from South Carolina State, Kiara Smalls. In lane 6, Tajane South, a freshman from South Carolina State. In lane 7, Layla Simpson, a senior from Winston-Salem State. And in lane 8, Cadence Tanner, junior from Albany State.
A couple of familiar names in this 100-meter hurdles from the course of the last 2 days here, as we see Deanna Albert, who put up a really, really strong performance, second place finish with the heptathlon. We see her in there, and then Anjane Latchinson has been all over the track. Sharnisa Reed has shown that she can really run it, and Kiara Smalls has been turning it over left foot, right foot all weekend long for the last 2 days. All right. So it looks like they're getting everything set, almost the final touches. And, Brian, we are joined here with a special guest that's going to come in with these hurdles with us for the women's side of the event right now. From Clayton State, the Lakers, we got Coach Chris Brown. Now, don't go crazy out there, ladies. This ain't the R&B singer? No R&B. Well, he came in kind of deep. Not the R&B singer Chris Brown. He ain't in concert tonight at the TD Waterhouse or the State Farm Arena.
just a multi-year Olympic track athlete. So I mean,
That's right. Just a regular, average, ordinary, world class superstar, gold medal winning, Olympic medal winning champion, sitting here in the booth with us, out here supporting these young people. Coach, welcome to the booth.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, here we are underway here. 100 meters. Atchison out front.
Oh yeah.
Atchison out front. Anjane looking to hold up the number one finger, and that's what she's gonna do. She's across the finish line. Anjane Latchinson, doing it again, Tuskegee style.
Exactly. That's why she's one of the best in the SIAC, right there. Well, Coach Chris Fireman Brown, as they know you as, for those of you who might not be familiar, Coach is a veteran of 5 different Olympic Games, one of the most well-known sprinters from the Bahamas, earned a gold medal in 2012, a silver in 2008, 2 bronzes in 2000 and 2016. All 4 medals came as part of the 4x400 meter relay. Coach, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, a couple of decades span of being an Olympian. Tell us a little about your background and just your journey to.
But, it just so happens that the Lord was able to bless me with a career that lasted that long.
Amen.
And to be able to display it to the world was a blessing, and is priceless. I couldn't pay for the flights nor the hotels or whatever it cost me to be able to participate, but I'm blessed to be able to say that, highly decorated Olympian and world champion. I just wanted to give back to the sport, and I wanted to make sure that my name is well recognized and well echoed to the sport once I'm done with the sport, and hopefully that could have generated and inspired the next generation of natural talented athletes that are out there performing right now.
Now, for you, when did the dream, or maybe let's starting with the dream. When did the dream of becoming or going to the Olympics start for you? How old were you, or who was your inspiration? Before we even talk about making it possible, you had to dream it somewhere.
Well, to be honest, I was just one of those kids that was just fast. My parents were both fast. My auntie was fast, and I had the talent. And people always said, see how far you can go. And I wanted to test the waters and see exactly how far it would have taken me. And 96 was when it really cranked up for me, because I heard about the Olympic Games, and I was like, well, maybe I could get a shot at it, and failed miserably. Little to say, but that didn't stop me, because I felt like with the talent, I still had to put in some hard work. And I went back to the drawing board, and I was hungry, not just wanted to go to the Olympics, but also wanted to see what Olympic medal felt like, looked like, and to own one of them. And I put in the work to get one of them, and the Lord blessed me with 4.
Beautiful. See, I feel better. See, look, that my slowness, I blame that on my parents. You heard that? I put that on my parents. So it's all good.
Well, I blame my speed on my parents, too, because running from my mama and running from my daddy, well, you had to have a little speed to get away.
Yeah.
Coach, now, many would argue that the era that you participated in track and field on the Olympic stage was the most powerful era and span of Olympic track. What would you say to either support that or deny that?
I would definitely support that. The competition was fierce. You had the only difference right now, I'll say, is the technology. And when I was competing, I heard guys coming to me and they were like, "Hey, if you had this technology now, what they're using, would you be faster?" And I was in it, so I got an opportunity to see what the fast tracks felt like. I got an opportunity to see what the new spikes felt like in the body suits, because all that makes a difference. But the different era is definitely something that because you had the trash talk. You had to do a little bit of trash talk, and you had to flex your weight and your muscle a little. So you just couldn't go out there just normal and regular. You had to be fierce, and everybody who you was going up against had that same type of feeling and that same type of demeanor about them, and you just had to go out there and just represent and do what you're capable of.
Well, you were a part of that Caribbean island has something to say in the Olympic arena era as the dominance shifted away from America and into the islands. When you talk about that era, what was it like competing against the athletes that you competed against on the world stage?
It was definitely an eye-opener, because it showed that you have to be consistent. It shows that you have to put in the work, and the talent literally gets you to the door, but you have to put in the hard work to get you through the door and on the track. And it was a different mindset. Today everybody's focused on social media, but you have to put in the hard work. There's no key or no easy door to open to get to success. You have to go out and you have to put in that hardcore work. You have to go a little bit of old school mixed with a little new school, and then you could go out there and just serve it, because at the end of the day, it's going to take a combination, and every coach and every athlete is different, so everybody has a different formula, and everybody feels as though that formula works. It has to be a great relationship as well between the athlete and the coach, so that way they can preserve their career, and not just on the collegiate level, but also be able to transition to the professional level. And that's where you see a lot of kids now. They hot in college and hot in high school, but they don't make that transition, because it's a huge adjustment. So if they can make that adjustment coming from high school and college to professional, then you got a totally different ball game out there. But the new talent that's coming up today is definitely taking over the sport by how fast they are going at a young age.
Now, Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you run in college at all?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, where did you I see that you're an alum of Norfolk State University.
Yes.
You ran there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you have that. You have that in common with my parents. My parents are alums of Norfolk State University.
Okay.
Behold.
The green and gold.
Exactly. What was your experience like there running in the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, and what were some of your highlight or some of the accomplishments that are most memorable to you?
Well, one of my most memorable was going 45.08 out of lane 8 at the NCAA and being able to still get top 3, competing against some of the best in the SEC, the best in the Pac-10, the best in the conference. Every conference was out there. It was national. So being able to go up against those boys and test my strength and my speed and my mental toughness against theirs was basically a window and a door for me to open to say, get ready for the real world, and that set me up to get ready for the professional arena.
Right, and so you transitioned from after running to you've been at Clayton State for the last, I believe, 7 years, correct?
Yeah, correct.
7 years now. What inspired you, or who maybe motivated you to want to get into coaching after years of challenging and pushing yourself, and now you're giving back to these young people out here on the track?
I love the sport. In any which way I can give back to the sport, whether that's being a mentor, whether that's being a coach, whether that's being a dad, any way I can mentor kids to be able to not give up on their dreams, be able to push forward even after the downs and the ups and the downs and the difficult times and the moments. I want to be able to still push them to go to the top, whatever that may look like or seem like, not to give up and believe in themselves and believe in their goals and dreams, and it do come true.
All right. I notice, Shep, we've got the 4x2. We've got Coach's 4x2 team in lane 2. You want to give us a preview of what can we expect from your guys in lane 2 there in the 4x2, Coach? I'm sorry? Oh, 2 and 7.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
he has two
7.
teams in this one.
Okay, what can we expect from these two groups?
Well, both of them should perform. You got the A team in there, and you got the B team, and they're very competitive. So the A don't want the B to beat them. Both of them are pretty much equal, but at the end of the day, we know that the A team is a whole lot stronger. But I'm expecting for both teams to really put out a great performance today and may the best team win.
Now, which is the A team and which is the B team?
The A team is in 2 and the B team is in 6. Now, it seems to be based upon looking from what I'm seeing right now, it seems like these guys have decided that they want to put the A out in front, but I'm not 100% sure. But I expect that the A team should do something. They got work to do, being in lane 2, and they just got to go out there and put their best foot forward.
Now, Coach, this is where it is remarkable to be. I grew up in the Atlanta area,
okay.
So as a young man growing up, Clayton State College didn't have athletics. You know, they got basketball maybe my senior year in high school in the early 90s. Mm-hmm. So I know that your track program, although seasoned now, is still relatively young, especially when you pull the lens back and look on a broader scope. You brought a lot of kids into this track meet.
Yes.
What has been the key to the success in generating that type of popular numbers for your team like that, and the interest in the sport and coming to Clayton State to play the sport?
One I could say is the relationship. You got to build a great relationship with the kids. The kids, they have friends that are at other schools, and they also have friends at high schools. You treat the kids right. Their friends and their old teammates, they're going to see the performance. They're going to call, they're going to speak, they're going to ask how's training, how's the coaching going. They want to know, so they're going to sell the program for you. So as long as you treat the kids right, as long as you build that relationship, as long as you have that bond between yourself and your kids, they're going to run through a brick wall for you. So I build a relationship with them, not just on the track but off the track as well. That way we could be on the same page and the communication is never broken. It's always there when you ask a question. They're going to always be honest and they're going to always be fair with what it is they got going on. And so you just want to keep inspiring and also be a mentor to help them, to guide them and their kids. So as much as I can do to help the sport and to help my kids to be able to develop and grow, I'm willing to do so.
If you had to define this team as a whole, girls and guys, how would you define them?
Fearless.
Fearless.
Yes.
I like
Fearless.
that. I like that. And we've seen that type of display of fearlessness on this track this weekend.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We try to keep it as simple as possible. We try to stay low key. We try to stay as humble as we can. But at the end of the day, it's performance first, and then celebration after. You do what you're supposed to do, you forward and celebrate. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, then there's nothing to celebrate.
That's right. Back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board and start all over from scratch.
I hear that.
Yeah, we're looking at some good performance today, though. But shout out and kudos to all the athletes that are here today performing, all the coaches that put in the hard work to see where their athletes are today, and the parents coming out and support these athletes, and the great performance and the great work y'all doing here at Morehouse. Y'all doing a great job here, and this is what we need in the city more of. And you know, track and field is needs to make a strong comeback and be the number one sport again and represent us. Of course, you know, we all represent at the Olympic stage, but we also need to be on every other level.
Coach, you're coaching a college program that's in a hotbed for track right now.
Yes.
I mean, you don't really have to recruit any more than 20 miles away from your school, and you're around some of the best talent in the nation.
Yes.
How has your approach been, and how has your returns been on pouring into the communities around you and really pulling from the schools around you? I know you have the Westlakes and the Langstons and the Southwest DeKalbs, you know, the Jonesboroughs right there up the street from you with some real talent. So.
It is. Well, we are. It is a blessing in one way, and it's also not, because the blessing is we get the leftovers. The other part of it is a lot of the kids at those schools already know and have an idea of where they want to go. So we now having to establish ourselves as one of those powerhouses that if you are coming out of high school, this is the school that you want to go to, and this is the school that you want to run for. So we're trying to establish ourselves as a powerhouse sprint school as well and be all well-rounded. So we're trying to push our name and our face out there to get that type of recognition.
Okay.
Yeah, we're building.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
And we're underway here. And the first heat here in the 2x800, I believe this is the final.
This is a final. Clayton State in A-team in lane 2. Lane 3 is Tuskegee. Lane 4, South Carolina State. Morehouse in 5. Tennessee State in 6. And Team B from Clayton State in lane 7.
4x200 action here. We see the first handoffs here. Drop.
Tennessee State drop the baton.
On Tennessee State, but Clayton State out rolling.
The B team out rolling.
That's the B team out there rolling.
They are looking pretty good. Isaiah Taylor right there. He's out there in 7.
As he gets ready to go with the handoff here. Clean exchange on the inside, 2 lanes, lane 2 and 3. But on that outside lane, take a look. And they are moving now. Here at lane 5, we're getting some action there as well.
Where does the A-team close the gap, Coach? Is it right here?
They should be able to do this right here on this leg right here. You got Drumel Banks on the leg coming up next, and he should be able to open it up for them and put us back in the race.
Okay. Tuskegee appears to be out in front.
And coming into the final stretch here, Tuskegee definitely out in front. Morehouse charging hard. Clayton State in lane 2 pushing hard as well. Here comes...
Watch out for it.
I believe that's Tennessee State or Savannah State in 6. And it's going to be 1, 2, and 3. Tuskegee, Morehouse, and Clayton State. The A-team from Clayton State in there with the third place finish.
That was Tennessee State who was closing a little bit again. Remember, they dropped the baton back on the first. The first exchange?
First exchange.
Yeah, and they managed to fight their way all the way back.
Which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, we'll wait to see the times get populated here for the first section of the 4x2.
So, yeah, that's how it ended up. Tuskegee 1, Morehouse 2, Clayton State 3. A 129.04 ran by your squad there, Coach. How are you feeling about that?
Not so bad. Still got a little work to do. 1 or 2 of my A guys are a little banged up, so I'm resting them and trying to get them prepared for the conference, so I don't really mind that. I didn't want to switch and pull 1 or 2 of the main guys from off of the B team onto the A, so I decided just leave it as it was and just let them go have fun.
That's right, and they did a great job for you right there. I mean, you're talking about a 127.98 that won it and a 129.04 right there behind it. You know, that they're in there.
and you're competing against Tuskegee and Morehouse. So,
right.
I mean, what else can you ask for? That's competition, you know.
Exactly. You're competing against the best right up the street from the crib.
Yes,
so you
sir.
know that's another good one. When you can come out and get this good work and save a little gas for your program and a little money for your program, that's always a blessing.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. It definitely is. Hopefully, we can get a track soon and be able to do the same thing.
Coach, now I know coaches have immediate goals, short-term goals that you want to see take place over a season. But let's pull the lens back for a second. Let's talk long-term vision for what you see going on at Clayton State. Where do you want to be? Where do you want this program to be in 5 years?
In 5 years, I want to see the program on the same level as any major Division I that's here in the U.S. and can compete against any school regardless of what color, what name that there is out there. That's what we're building right now, and every year we get better and we put the right pieces of the puzzle together and we're getting there close. We're getting there quicker than we normally would have. Based upon the time frame and the window that we have now, we're looking pretty good, and I'm looking forward to it because a lot of kids now with this new NCAA rules and restriction now, a lot of kids are wanting to be at home or they come and transferring back. So a lot of kids looking at who's the top Division II school, what does the top Division II school look like, and what does the coach look like over there. So being a little Olympian and highly decorated Olympian, it helps out as well. So it sells the program as well as the kids sell the program. So I'm hoping within 5 years we can come out here and be able to really make some noise.
Love it.
Thank you.
My last question for you, Coach, has to do with obviously the Peach Belt Conference, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so as you're preparing, what is that looking like? And you assess, who are the teams that you're looking to beat? I know a couple years ago the women's outdoor team finished second in conference. What does it look like over the next month and a half until May is when the conference tournament is, right?
Yes.
For the championships.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts there on where you hope or expect to be by the time you go to that conference championship meet?
Well, based upon where everybody is right now, everyone is looking really well. Their time is either they've already run a personal best for this time so in the season versus running it at the championship. So right now, based upon what we're looking at the Peach Belt Conference, we're hitting a month ahead of where we're scheduled to be. So we're a month ahead of that. So we're looking pretty good. The key right now is to keep everybody razor sharp, keep them focused, and keep them locked in because we still got work to do. And when you finish competing, it's hard to get back to the drawing board now and prepare now and get ready for championships, especially with classes going on. So we have to make sure that everyone is on track with classes, and we also have to make sure that everyone's on track now to go out there and compete at their best ability. So recovery, classes, and just basically getting our mindset for the championship is our next mode.
All right. I lied. One more question. How many athletes did you bring out here with you to the relays?
We brought 48.
I thought it was in the 40s.
Yes.
Just from what I've seen, I was going to guess in the 40s. So 48, yeah, that's impressive. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, we brought a lot of them.
We brought 48, and some of them. The only reason why a few of them didn't make it today simply for the fact that their events were done yesterday. But in total, I think we had about 52, maybe.
Wow,
yeah.
Nice.
Because we got a team of 60, and we want to make sure that everybody be able to get on the oval.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, hey, Coach, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you again for joining us. Thank you, and good luck this upcoming season, the rest of this season, rather, and then heading into the conference tournament. Good luck. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled to Clayton State in the Peach Belt Conference, and that will one of the Division II finest, and we'll be looking for them.
Thank you.
Coach, again, Coach Chris Brown, thank you. Fireman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, good stuff. All right. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching the 2026 Morehouse Relays on the SIAC Network. All right, got to thank Coach Chris Brown for joining us here as we are ready for the women's 4x200 meter relay in the collegiate. Looks like we have in lane 2, Tennessee State. Lane 3, South Carolina State. Lane 4, Clark Atlanta. Lane 5, Clark Atlanta B team. Do we have a lane 6?
I don't see anybody in lane 2. I see a lane 3. Oh, like
no, you're right. It's lane. So
it was
no
3.
Tennessee State, Tennessee State is not running in lane 2.
Yeah, it was 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll see when they come around here.
Yes, indeed. Here's the first
Exchange.
first exchange.
And getting wide on that turn. Over here in lane.
Winston-Salem State in lane 8. In lane 6 is South Carolina State. Well, no correction. That is Tuskegee. So they've done a little bit of a shuffle there in the lanes. Lane 3 is South Carolina State.
And there's the handoff in lane 3.
This is the third exchange.
Ooh, look, she in lane 3 is blazing up the curve here. And that's how you want to see somebody run a 200 and a 2 and the 4x2.
South Carolina State. But pay close attention to Tuskegee and Winston-Salem State.
And we're trying to see who this last leg is on.
Final 200 meters here. South Carolina State, as you said, Shep, blazing.
And just confirm, is that South Carolina State on that uniform?
Yes, it is. Got a race here for second between Winston-Salem State and Tuskegee.
And Winston-Salem State has the momentum going into that one right there. She's pushing through and looks like she has the advantage going across the line, and she does. So we're looking at a SC State, Winston-Salem State, and then Tuskegee. 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Now again, do we have a second flight?
We are listed for a second flight, but it seems. And no, they're bringing out the high school boys now.
So that was it for the women.
So I think what we saw was an adjustment made to add teams into that, or we had some teams that backed out of it, out of the 4x2.
There we go with our final results there in the women's 4x200 meter relay. South Carolina State in first with a time of 1 minute 40.13 seconds. Winston-Salem State 1:45.15. Tuskegee in third, 1:45.48. Clark 1:46.77, and that was Fisk University. So all right, so now am I on? We pulled down the volume on me, or am I still? Live from the 2026 Morehouse Relays, we have come to the final set of running events for the afternoon and for the relays. It's the 4x400 meter relays. We're going to start with the men's collegiate / open division. Then we'll go to the women collegiate / open division. Then we'll have the high school boys, the high school girls, middle school boys, and middle school girls. Brian Fulford and Mike Shepard here to close it down here at B.T. Harvey Stadium on Edwin C. Moses track. And as we're watching our competitors and we think about Shep, day 3.
Day 3.
What's kind of stood out for you on day 3?
Well, I think that the thing that I've seen the most here is how strong these kids are still in the third day. How competitive it's been in this third day of action. We've seen a couple of drop-offs in time to win the finals, but that just lets you know how hungry the kids were to get to the finals and, how competitive. We've seen a lot of competitive races when we talk about the finals that we've seen today. And then the relays, everybody loves a good relay, so we're on a relay day here and having a chance to see that 200 earlier and now getting ourselves prepared for the 4x4 to close out the event. It's just really been a spectacular event, man. From field events to distance running to the sprints, just a wonderful, wonderful day. And now if you're asking about names that have stood out to me, let's talk about on the female side. Let's talk about Atchison from Tuskegee.
Yeah,
Tuskegee.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's Ajane Atchison from Tuskegee. She has been a show to watch out here over the course of several events, especially those hurdle events. So she was really, really exciting to watch. As far as my whole weekend has been filled with praise and adulation for Kamal Benjamin. We haven't seen him out here on the track today because he did his thing in the first 2 days, winning the decathlon. But just a really, really fun opportunity to see him get out here and run. And then this is what you want to look for right here, these 400s. This is exciting. And also just to be able to see the high school kids. That was great as well.
I was trying to pull up and see if I could find any numbers on what Atchison has done since she's been here. Let me pull up her combined. Okay, Atchison for Tuskegee. Well, this is for. I was hoping that was going to bring up what she has accomplished for Tuskegee here. I'll have to try to find it here. Let me see, Atchison. Well, I know Anjane finished first in the 400 hurdles. 400 meter hurdles. As I scroll through here, we've seen her in a couple other events. I wish I might have to go back and try to find.
So the women's 100 meter dash.
Right. If there was a way to, I know there should be a way to go in and look and see by school.
I'm under Tuskegee. And so going down through their events.
Let me mention that before you give you some time to keep scrolling. We've got a very interesting race here on the women's side for the overall team competition. Winston-Salem State is currently in first place with 158 points. Albany State is in second place with 156 points. And Tuskegee is in third with 143 points.
Also, it's anybody's meet right now.
Yes.
This last event is going to be the determination for the women's. And then I did find that information that you were looking for on Anjane. So when we talk about her finishes, she had a 7th place finish in the women's 100 meter dash. Okay, so she did score her team some points with that. But then when we move over to some of the other events, we are talking about, and the races are underway, first place in the women's 400-meter hurdles. She also got first place in the prelims and in the finals for the women's 100-meter hurdles. So leaving it out there on the track.
All right, coming down the end of the first leg, Morehouse Team A is in the lead. Virginia Union and Tennessee State. It looks like first handoff will be Virginia Union, followed by Morehouse, and then Tennessee State, all in lane 6, 7, and 8. In this first heat, you had mostly A teams. Morehouse had their B team. South Carolina State had their B team out there. South Carolina State's A team is in lane 3. Clayton State's A team is in lane 4. Albany State in 5.
Well, they just collapse lanes. Once you get to past the halfway through on the second lap, lanes collapse. Now to be about getting that inside position on that handoff, and first man down gets lane 1. And that's where we're coming at right now.
Albany State coming from the outside, closing, moving into third, possibly second. Virginia Union's in the lead. Morehouse with a handoff, Tennessee State in the handoff. Wow. Albany State, this is the third leg, and they are moving into second place.
Strong runner out ahead right now for Virginia Union.
Morehouse trying to hold on to that second place. As you said, Virginia Union well out in front. This is the third leg of the 4. Virginia Union with the lead. Albany State coming on the outside of Morehouse. Tennessee State in 4th. Tennessee State on the inside, darting ahead into second place cleanly. Virginia Union slowing down just a bit. Let's see if Tennessee State can close hard. Let's see what happens here. Good handoff for Tennessee State. Can he close the gap?
And right now, no looking back for Virginia Union.
Virginia Union, who will take home the first place in the men's overall. They've got 140 points thus far.
Look at the kid from Morehouse go. Oh, my goodness.
Trying to close the gap on the Tennessee State athlete. Final 200 meters. Virginia Union in the lead. Is Tennessee State going to be able to close the gap here? Coming around the last curve. Virginia Union's holding, but Tennessee State is closing.
This
Final 100 meters. Virginia Union, the strides on Tennessee State are wonderful. Can he close it? Final 50. Virginia Union's going to take this and bring it home. Tennessee State in second. The battle for third. Look on the outside. South Carolina State passing. South Carolina State in third. Wow. And coming in last there is probably the Morehouse B team, the B group. Yep, here we go. Final times. Virginia Union, 3:11.05. Tennessee State, 3:13.25. South Carolina State darts ahead and finishes in third with a great closing leg, 3:17.03.
Those points could be huge when you talk about the final calculation of the overall score. That could be huge. What a surge in the last 60 meters right there by the young man from South Carolina State. And it took him right to the wire, but he got it. He got it.
There are your times right there. You can see, look how much of a gap there was between South Carolina State and Albany State.
And you're talking about 11/10 of a second.
Wow. All right, the second heat only has 2 schools, Tuskegee, their B team, and Clayton State, their B team. Again, trying to finish in the top 3.
No, there are 3 schools out.
Oh, correction. There is a third school. Let's see if they add them to
3 sets of blocks out there.
All right, 3 sets of blocks.
Oh, they're adding some more blocks.
Okay, I see some runners from Tuskegee. So I see 4 blocks. Those are Tuskegee. I think that's Tuskegee. I see a Tuskegee athlete in lane 4. Tuskegee in lane 5. No, that is Tuskegee in 4. All right, well, we'll wait to see here as they get situated. I don't know. Maybe those other blocks are out there just for the women's 4x4.
Well, they move the blocks off of the track once they get started because of the relay. I'm seeing in the first flight, well, really, they just have they had all of them grouped in together.
Yeah, we're still down to 2. Okay. Oh, Lemoyne Owen, but I don't think I don't see anybody from Lemoyne Owen in 1 or 2. So Tuskegee's in 4, Clayton State is in 7. I think that's all we're going to get unless – well, oh, no. I see the Lemoyne Owen athletes in purple. They're checking in now. They're at the starting table here. Little discussion going on as if you take a shot at our finish line cam, we might be able to see. There you can see from that angle, you look off to the left, right where the starter is in the red polo. He's signaling to the athletes to come on, let's go. So here you see the Lemoyne Owen athletes coming out in purple. So we've got 2 teams from Lemoyne Owen, Tuskegee and Clayton State.
And then we're still missing 1.
All right, so we'll have Lemoyne Owen in lane 3, Tuskegee in 4.
Yeah, they have an extra set of blocks in lane 7.
Lemoyne Owen in lane 5. That's 6. That block that's open is lane 6. Clayton State is in lane 7. So they need to move that block that's in 6.
And they need to get the block out of 8 as well.
There's 1 in 8. Oh,
yep, further ahead.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yep. Well, they could probably leave that there, don't you think?
Well, no, they're still on the first handoff. They're still in restricted lanes until they come out of that first curve on the second runner.
Doesn't hurt to move it off. I was taking a peek down on the field as medals are being given out to the athletes who participated thus far.
Losing daylight swiftly here.
Yeah, maybe we'll take a second after this race and tell you who some of those field event winners are. All right, runners are getting down into their position, into the blocks. Again, Lemoyne Owen. There's a Lemoyne Owen team in lane 3. Lemoyne Owen team in lane 5, Tuskegee in 4, Clayton State in 7. And they're off. Ooh. Well, that was an interesting delay there by Clayton State coming out of the block. But I guess it was a clean start. So Lemoyne Owen's team A is in lane 3. Tuskegee out in the lead in the first 200 meters. Coming around the backstretch into the final curve.
He took away the stagger real quick, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Here comes Clayton State on the outside, though, trying to close in the final 100 of this first.
You just want to run a good time, leave your teammate in position.
Tuskegee hands off first as they're on the inside lane. Good handoff by Clayton State. Lemoyne Owen, Team A. Lemoyne Owen, Team 5. Got it. Team B trying to close up here in lane 5.
It looks like he might have pulled up. Lemoyne Owen putting another team in there so they can get some more points.
Yeah.
Here
all right.
Overall points here, a factor coming into this last event.
So it's essentially a 3-team race right now with Tuskegee out in the lead, Clayton State in second, Lemoyne Owens A-team in third. Final 100 for the second leg here. Clayton State looking to close the gap on Tuskegee. Clayton State closing the gap from 10 meters to 5.
Let's see what we do here in this third leg.
Tuskegee first, Clayton second. Lemoyne Owen third. That's the A team.
And Lemoyne Owen coming down the stretch here.
Always interesting to watch the speed burst in the first 200 compared to the last 200. Beautiful strides by Tuskegee out. Clayton staying close behind. It's about a 5-yard difference. Clayton closing the gap a little bit. They might pass him on the turn. Clayton State looking to pass on the turn.
Coming up on the
outside. Side by
outside.
side on the outside. He passed him. Clayton State in first place coming down the final 100 meters.
No, he's
Woo, we're going to be in for something. But Tuskegee regained a burst of energy there by Tuskegee, and we're going to have a great final lap here. Tuskegee and Clayton State battling it out.
Now, if you're Clayton State, you want to stay right there in his draft. You just want to stay right there on his hip. Let him do the work, push the energy, cut the air in front of you. But instead, Clayton State decided to jump on out and take the lead. A strong showing in that back straightaway over there. Now coming into the final curve.
Need to finish less than 3:17.
And he's stretching it out a little bit.
Clayton State.
11 seconds to do it. And we're now on the last 100 yards, 100 meters.
Watch the game by Tuskegee. Looking to close. We're at 3:17 now. So the result from the first heat will hold for first, second, and third as Clayton State will come across unofficially with a time of 3:24. And Lemoyne Owen A team will finish, and Lemoyne Owen's B team will finish last in heat number 2. Virginia Union, what a day it's been for the Panthers. 3:11.05 by the 4x400 team. Tennessee State will finish in second, 3:13.25, and South Carolina State finishing in third with a time of 3:17.03.
Good job, and that's the final heat right there for the men's 4x400 college level. Now we'll move to the women, and they'll get the blocks reset on the track.
The ladies are up, and again, this is so as I said, what we're paying attention to is Winston-Salem State, who's currently in first. Let's see, I'm going back and check the total points here. Winston-Salem State with a 2-point lead over Albany State. Tuskegee in third by 15 points. So Winston-Salem State, Albany, and South Carolina State. Or Tuskegee, excuse me.
So heat 1, you'll see Tuskegee in lane 1, South Carolina State in lane 2, Albany State lane 3, Winston-Salem State with 4 and 5, Virginia Union in lane 6, South Carolina State in lane 7, and Clark Atlanta in lane 8. So a chance to put up some separation points right here for this Winston-Salem team.
And, you know, how big is it? How big could it be for those two Winston-Salem State teams, the A and the B that are in this? It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Both Winston-Salem State teams come in with a time of 3:41.92, which is the best among any entries coming in. So
we'll see what type of race they run here.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can safely say that if they get any of these two positions, if they get 2 positions in the top 3, then they can look at the overall as a team victory.
Go ahead and go get the finish line camera. It's glitching. Turn the camera that way for me. Let me turn the remote. Yeah, turn the remote. Let me see.
And getting it loaded up. Still missing the lanes 6, 7, and 8 squads.
That's supposed to be Virginia Union in 6, South Carolina State in 7, Clark Atlanta in 8. Two Winston-Salem State teams are in 4 and 5. Albany State's in 3. South Carolina State's in 2. Tuskegee's in 1.
And it may look like we won't have anybody in those outer 3.
Nope. Okay.
And Tuskegee coming off the track now. And South Carolina State coming on. Well, some of their teammates. Here's Virginia Union.
Okay.
And South Carolina State.
Just taking everybody a minute to get to their position.
They must know some of us have some things going on this Saturday.
Must not know.
I told my babysitter 2 o'clock because it was finals day. And our spreadsheet looked different from the spreadsheet from the rest of the week. It was only half a page.
Don't be fooled.
Yes. It was actually a third of a page.
Fewer events, more heats and teams.
And definitely a lot of taking time to recognize some of the extraordinary icons who have been at this meet today. So, when you have a chance to acknowledge and recognize the greatness in the building, then that's well worth the time spent dedicated to doing that. And, if it means that the races go a little bit longer, that's what it is. Just didn't think that the chili gods would step into the building today because it has gotten chilly. I'm going to blame that one on Roy. Yeah, Roy wore shorts to work today now, so they
thought it was going to be one of those days.
Yeah, so now the universe teaching Roy a lesson.
What we talked about, that it's one of those days where you can do the hoodie on the top and the shorts on the bottoms.
That's right. Speaking of which, that's what Roy's doing.
I told you.
Yep.
Florida guy.
Yep, Central Florida uniform.
All right, runners are in the block. The starter gun is up. Let's see, we've got one runner that's standing.
So we got 2, 3.
That's South Carolina State on the outside, standing. All right, here we go. Only 6 teams out here competing.
That's right.
We've got 2 South Carolina State teams out. On the outside in lane 7 is South Carolina State's A team. Their B team is on the inside in lane 2.
Were we scheduled for 2 heats of the female?
We are.
Of the women's race? Okay.
It's 2 heats.
All right, that's why we're seeing North Clayton standing over there. I mean, Clayton State, rather. North Clayton.
South Carolina State with a big lead here in this first leg. Closing in the second, Winston-Salem State. Both of the Winston-Salem State teams. Virginia Union out in lane 6.
And we're about to see some of the stronger runners right now from that Winston-Salem squad. Grab a hold. And now we'll see them push the race to the inside. And out in front is South Carolina State. But Winston-Salem State gaining fast. Virginia Union in third.
Look at the strides from the young lady from Winston-Salem State. Coming around the final curve into the last 100. Virginia Union in third, but closing strong.
It's Virginia Union. Look at that.
Final 100 for Virginia Union. Wow. Outstanding.
Clean handoff by South Carolina State, clean handoff by Virginia Union, and clean handoff by Winston-Salem. And now we are in this third leg of the race, and
the chase is on. Winston-Salem State in third, passing on the outside, Virginia Union chasing down the young lady from South Carolina State who's in first.
And she's striding long and comfortable in first.
Yeah, a little too comfortable. Wow, Winston-Salem State passing at the 200-meter mark. Side by side, South Carolina State holding to that inside position, not wanting to give it up.
Took a lot out of the Winston-Salem State runner
to
get right back there. But, I mean, just a constant, steady stride from South Carolina State's third leg.
Very much a solid stride.
And it took her everything she can to get to that handoff.
A
slow handoff, and Virginia Union took advantage of it.
Oh, they could not get a clean handoff.
As she passed out at the line.
She did.
She gave it her all to fend off.
And that is why South Carolina State has dropped to second. Virginia Union in the lead. Can South Carolina State, can they close the gap? Winston-Salem State is on her heels.
Virginia Union out ahead.
Coming into the final 200 meters. On the backstretch. The final curve.
Here comes Winston-Salem State.
The final 100 meters. Winston-Salem State kicking it in, trying to pass Virginia Union. The Ram Nation is getting loud, and she has just passed her 40 meters away. Winston-Salem State is going to walk with a first-place finish in the 4x4. And my goodness, Chef, that might be enough to send them over the top.
I think it is.
And hold on to the lead that they had. As Winston-Salem State will walk out of here winners of the, unofficially, winners of the 2026 Morehouse Relays.
I think that might have been enough to hold on. Tuskegee won't be able to overcome that difference, nor will Albany State.
Look at the finishing time. 0.2 of a second. Winston-Salem State 352.02. Virginia Union 352 even. Wow.
Neck and neck. The anchor runner for Virginia Union just unable in that last 60 meters to keep the surging anchor from Winston-Salem State from coming in and taking it over. But it was a beautiful race all the way around on every angle that you look at it. That bad handoff from South Carolina State going into the last leg, they just weren't able to recover from that. And it's just amazing how quickly that gap can increase just from that, 1 to 2 seconds of miscommunication in that handoff.
What that entire race could have looked like for South Carolina State had they been able to execute the handoff there at the end. Man, that's a tough finish. As they finished in third with a time of 3:53, finished a second behind, and you got to think as you look at the final numbers there from that first heat. Okay, here we are in the second heat, and we've got three teams. Clayton State in lane 3, Tuskegee in lane 4, Clark Atlanta in lane 5. Trying to get to the 352, 353 mark is what everybody is chasing now. Let's see. We do have Clayton State lined up. We have Tuskegee lined up. Are we on? Who's the third? Clark Atlanta. Waiting to see where Clark Atlanta runners are.
Doesn't look like I see another women's team.
No, I don't see another women's team lined up. So,
and maybe Clark Atlanta elected not to be in this one with the overall difference in the point spread.
So we're gonna get two teams here. Clayton State and Tuskegee. 3:53 is the time that both teams here are chasing. Tuskegee has run a 3:54 coming into the meet. Clayton with a 3:55 is their best. So, and they're off.
So Clayton State and Tuskegee. And right now, Clayton State outstrided hard and looking to make a statement in here. And, you know, again, it's a race against the time. So that first place finish in the first heat wasn't a guarantee of first place.
No, it was not.
So if this Tuskegee team can come in, now that could shake up some things. If Tuskegee can come in and get a win here.
And coming into the final 100, side by side, Tuskegee and Clayton State.
The same thing goes for Clayton State. Clayton State could really do some damage here if they mess around and run a time faster than that first, and Tuskegee's right on their ankles. Then you're talking about pushing that Winston-Salem team to potentially a third-place slot.
Clayton State's handoff is first, which gives them a little bit of a lead here.
And we'll really see what happens when she comes out this turn and we straighten the track out as they fight to get to the inside, out of the stretch, and here they come. And opened up about a 15-yard difference now, and she's spreading that out. That is getting further and further really, really quick.
Yes, it is.
That gap is expanding really fast, exponentially.
Clayton State coming down into the final 100 meters with a lead that has grown to about 20 to 25 yards. Right now running at 152 total.
Yeah, the stride was incredible.
58 seconds
by
on
the
that
second
leg.
And now look at the stride from the third leg at Tuskegee. She looks like she's trying to get it back. But we'll look at the stride from Clayton State on the far side as she gets into the straightaway. And a dominant performance so far from this Clayton State team.
Mm-hmm.
Coming into the final 200 meters of this third leg.
A race against the clock here.
Trying to beat the time set by Winston-Salem in the first heat of this final.
Final 100. This will be an interesting time here. This handoff.
Getting ready for the handoff, and Fresh Legs takes the baton. And now that gap is really, really big, and it's going to take a lot of work from Tuskegee to make up that difference.
Well, this will be a viral moment if it happens.
Nearly a 50-meter separation. And you're right at about 50 meters exactly.
3:53 is the time.
And your anchor leg is normally your strongest leg, Brian.
It is. 3:53 is the time. That's what Clayton State needs to get to a first, second, or third place.
And, man, she might do it.
It's a fast leg here by the anchor. Final 100. She's got to kick it in hard here. Again, she's trying to get to 3:53. She's a long way from it. Good strides. We're at 3:54.55. A good run, but not quite enough for Clayton State to crack the top three.
So Winston-Salem State,
their A team will finish in first with a time of 3:52.02. Virginia Union had a great day. Their 4x4 team, 3:52.80. And South Carolina State with a time of 3:53.83. Well, that moves us into the high school division. And while they set up for the high school, let's Let's take a look. Shep, you want me to go through and let's take a look at the total scores, or do we want to go through and possibly make mention of some of those other collegiate first place finishers in those field events? What do you do?
Let's talk about some of the other events and field events, first place finishers.
Yeah.
We haven't talked a lot about the results of the field events. So
okay, let's start with I'm going to go with the men's discus throw, as that has all been compiled now. And part of the reason why Virginia Union is out in first place for the men is they finished first and second. Zachary Jones, a senior, finished in first in the men's discus throw with a throw of 49.49 meters. In second was Timothy Butler, a sophomore from VU, and he finished his throw 45.78. In third, Jalen Haynes, a junior from Talladega, with a throw of 39.57. In fourth, Evan Guyton, a junior from Savannah State, with a throw of 39.19. In fifth, earning 4 points for the team, Jamari Craig, a freshman from Albany State, throwing 38.93. In sixth, earning 3 points, Martin Hare Jr., South Carolina State, with a throw of 38.71. In seventh, earning 2 points, Isaiah Reeves of Morehouse, 38.67. And in eighth, earning a single point, Malik Williams, senior from Lane, 38.47. Take a look at the women's discus throw. The women's discus throw in first place. All right, we'll come back and hear the women's discus throw in a minute. We're going to close the day for Shep. Give me your final thoughts, Shep, on the Morehouse relays for you.
Oh, man, this is just absolutely exciting, man. I would not I would have preferred to do anything over these last 3 days other than hang out with you guys right here, man. This has been extremely, extremely fun. Watching this high-level track event, calling it with you has been awesome, Brian. First time that we've called something together. Definitely won't be the last.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
Hopefully not.
Definitely won't be the last, man. This has just been a ball being up here with you, man, and I'm just excited. This was my first Morehouse relays to call, and I think it was kind of one of those monumental ones, considering we were at the 50th anniversary of Edwin Moses winning his medals in '76, and just everything that led to this moment has just been such a spectacular event.
Well, it's been my pleasure and an honor to work with you over the course of these 3 days. You will see Shep, I'm definitely down the road, and just a little tease, you might see Shep and hear Shep as you get a little bit later into the next couple of months, especially when we get into the baseball and softball SIAC tournament. Shep, let people know where they can find you, where they can hear you. If they want to reach out, how can they do it?
Well, you can see me on the Extra Innings podcast on MPTV, Minority Prospects TV. I host that along with the leadership of Minority Baseball, Minority Softball Prospects. You can also follow me on my social medias. I'm Money Mike Shep on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Everywhere you want to find Money Mike Shep, he's right there on YouTube as well. And then I'm always around. Everybody knows Shep, so just tap in, log in with me. A lot of things going on, and you just follow my social medias, and you'll be able to see, and I keep you posted along the way.
There it is, Shep, ladies and gentlemen, Money Mike Shep. All right, be well, brother.
Be well.
And
it's been a ball, man. It's been so much fun.
Been a pleasure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We will finish up here with give you some results from the women's discus throw on the collegiate level as we watch the high school boys 4x400. On the women's discus throw, the 1 through 8 finishers, Kaylee Holloway, a freshman from Albany State, threw a 43.86 to earn the 10 points for Albany. Layla Henderson of Winston-Salem State finished in second. She's a freshman, threw 43.32. Zion Cosby, a sophomore at Winston-Salem State, threw 38.77, finished in third. In fourth was Jacqueline Johnson of Clayton State. She's a freshman, threw 36.97. Another freshman who finished in fifth for Virginia Union was Courtney Searles. She threw 36.84. In sixth place was Daniel Wilson, a senior from Tuskegee. She threw 36.31. In seventh is Dejanay Hanna, a junior from Clark Atlanta, threw a 35.17. And in eighth, earning a point for her team, Carolyn McRee, a sophomore at Tennessee State, threw a 35.17. So in this 4x400 boys relay, you have Heritage High School, New Manchester High School. Those are both B teams. Salem High School A, Salem High School B. Heritage High School, New Manchester, and Hiram High School all competing here in this and we'll see what the first heat results are shortly. In heat number 2, as the final runners are coming across the finish line, in heat number 2, you'll have Mount Zion High School, Heritage High School with their C team, Columbus High School, New Manchester High School C team, Mount Vernon, Glen Oaks, and Utopia Academy for the Arts, all scheduled to be in heat number 2. Finishing up with some more field event results for the collegiate level. We'll start with the women's pole vault. Our final results from the women's pole vault here. Taking first place was Kennedy Jacobs of Clark Atlanta. The freshman jumped 2.89 meters. In second, Chantel Gamori, another freshman from Clark Atlanta, jumping 2.28 meters. In third was Kiera Davis, a freshman from Clayton State. She also was at 2.28 meters. In fourth was Gabrielle Dillard, a junior from Albany State, jumped to 1.98 meters. In fifth was Kiera Williams, a freshman from South Carolina State, jumped 1.82 meters. And in sixth was Kalia Wims, a sophomore from Albany State, jumping 1.52. And those were the top 6 for the women's pole vault, the only scoring results. The men's pole vault results loading up here in a second. And we have 6 competitors that jumped. And in first was Preston Fuller, the sophomore from Tennessee State, with a mark of 4.14 meters. In second, Jacob Cartledge, a freshman from Lane College, 3.84. In third, Desmond Murrell, a freshman from South Carolina State, jumping a 3.65. In fourth, Aiden Bass, a sophomore from Tuskegee, with a 3.35 mark. And in fifth was Julian Johnson, a freshman from South Carolina State, also 3.35 meters. And in sixth, Rakesh Olanda, a junior from Morehouse, finishing with 2.62 meter jump. Moving over to the long jump, the women's long jump at the collegiate level. In first place for the women, Deshelle Carr, senior from Tuskegee, with a jump of 5.4 meters. In second, Tajana South, the freshman from South Carolina State, with a jump of 5.39 meters. In third, Naomi Johnson, a freshman from South Carolina State, 5.36 meter jump. In fourth, Kennedy Harding, a freshman from Clark Atlanta, with a 5.26 meter jump. In fifth, Trinity Brooks, sophomore from Winston-Salem State, 5.13 meters. In sixth, Demariana Branch, a freshman from Fisk, with a jump of 5.09 meters. In seventh, Taylor Porter, a freshman from Virginia Union, 5.04 meter jump. And in 8th, Marshanti Sadler, a senior from Lemoyne Owen, with a jump of 4.97. The men's long jump results. In first place was Jeremiah Palacios, a sophomore from Virginia Union, with a 7.15 meter jump. In second, Jacob Coleman, a sophomore from Lemoyne Owen, with a 6.78 meter jump. In third, Osborne Jamarian, a freshman from Virginia Union, 6.77 meters. In fourth, Anthony Glover, a sophomore from Savannah State, 6.75 meter jump on his fourth attempt. In fifth, Christian White, a senior from Tennessee State, 6.72 meters, also on his final jump. In fifth, tied for fifth, Brent Priester, a freshman from Tuskegee, that 6.72 meter jump, also on his last attempt. In seventh, Kai Mangrum, the freshman from Fisk, jumped 6.67 meters. In eighth was LaRon Coley of Albany State, jumping 6.58 meters. And our final field event from today was the shot put. As we wait for the numbers to total up here on the page, and you're looking again at the high school heat number 2 of the 4x400 relay. All right, here are the results from the women's shot put today. In first place was Layla Henderson of Winston-Salem State. She's a freshman, through 12.83 meters. In second, Kaylee Holloway, a freshman from Albany State, 12.57 meters. In third, Ayanna Pugh, senior from Tennessee State, through 12.08 meters. In fourth, Carolyn McRee, sophomore from Tennessee State, through 11.86 meters. In fifth place, Kaylee Burrell, a freshman from South Carolina State, with an 11.82 meter toss. In sixth, Courtney Searles, a freshman from Virginia Union, through 11.65 meters. In seventh, Kaylee Thomas, a freshman from Winston-Salem State, through 11.13 meters. And finishing in eighth, Jasmine Terry, a freshman from Winston-Salem State, throwing 11.01. And here are the results for the men's shot put. The men's shot put to conclude the results of the field events from today. In first, Zachary Jones, a senior from VU, Virginia Union, 15.29 meter throw. In second was Michael Trimble, a junior from Albany State, 14.45 meter throw. In third, Carmen Claiborne, a sophomore from Morehouse, 14.39 meters. In fourth, Evan Guyton, a junior from Savannah State, with a throw of 14.37. In fifth, Daquan Boone, a senior from Virginia Union, through 14.07 meters. In sixth, Jalen Haynes, a junior from Talladega, 13.90 meters. In seventh, Timothy Butler, the sophomore from Virginia Union, through 13.50 meters. And in eighth, Eusebio Hernandez, the junior from Talladega, through 13.39 meters. Coming up next, the girls 4x400 meter relays are about to begin. And again, these are the final relays, final running events of today here at the 2026 Morehouse Relays. Soon to be renamed the Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays. Forevermore. Let's see. Right now, in first place in the boys 4x400 meter is Glen Oaks High School with a time of 3:39.45. That's the overall standings. All right, here we go with the girls 4x4. As you see the final results from the women's 4x400 meter relay. And there's your boys 4x400 final results. Columbus High School in second, Heritage in third. And that is flight number 2. So let's see if we can see what the total times look like. For more information on Morehouse Athletics, follow us on Twitter at Morehouse Athletics, on Instagram at Morehouse Athletics, and like us on Facebook. Search Morehouse Athletics for all of your up-to-the-minute information on Maroon Tiger Athletics. Also, visit MorehouseAthletics.com, the official athletics website of Morehouse College. HBCUs have historically served as the engines of social and economic mobility for black students, producing 80% of the nation's black judges, 70% of black doctors, half of the country's black lawyers and teachers, and 40% of black engineers. And at Morehouse College, we have cornered the market in producing black male excellence. In fact, Morehouse educates more black men who go on to earn doctorates than any other institution. Remember to visit www.morehouse.edu to make your contribution. Your gift, no matter the size, will help to ensure that Morehouse College has necessary resources for student scholarships, campus operations and improvements, academic programs, athletics, and emergencies. Give today to help Morehouse College continue to be a leader and influencer in higher education. The girls 4x400 meter relay is what you see right now on the screen. Well, the 2026 Morehouse Relays have come to an end as the final results are coming in for the middle school, high school 4x400 meter relay. It's been our pleasure to broadcast 3 days of exciting track and field action here at BT Harvey Stadium on the Edwin C. Moses track. And just know, going forward, this will be the Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays. Wow. It's been a pleasure getting a chance to talk to Edwin Moses, Coach Cheeseboro, Chris Brown, all of the Olympics, and we are especially thankful to Morehouse College, their staff, the athletic department staff, the track and field coaching staff, for giving us this opportunity to bring this broadcast to you. On behalf of our great camera work today, Kim Wright, John Lindo, Darius Lee, Ogden Bass, for all of for their production work, and of course, director, producer Roy Evans. My name is Brian Fulford, and also to Mike Shepard, who was here with me earlier. It's been our pleasure to bring this event to you. 3 days of action here on the SIAC network, and we look forward to being here next year for the Edwin Moses Morehouse Relays here on the campus.